Chapter 129. Zheng Tan squatted on the toy car. Although the car was running, it was much slower than when it was unloaded. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being thrown off. According to Zheng Tan's thoughts, of course, he wanted the toy car to run faster. That would be fun and exciting. However, he couldn't ask for too much. It was good enough that he could play with it. Just as Zheng Tan thought, Lu Yao didn't really want to hit him with the toy car. He was probably just curious. Moreover, this child was definitely not naive. At least mentally, he was a bit more mature than other children his age. This probably had something to do with his previous experience. Zheng Tan sat steadily on the toy car and kept his tail close to his side so that he wouldn't be hit by the toy car or the branches that stretched out from the flower bed. The backyard was quite clean. There were only some leaves that had been blown by the wind. The branches were pulled over by Lu Yao or picked up by steamed bun from the flower bed next to it. Overall, there weren't too many obstacles, and the toy car was running smoothly. Lu Yao was also very familiar with controlling the toy car. After running 2 laps, it didn't touch the flower pots on the ground, and there were no accidents. Steamed Bun, who had been chewing on the branch, looked at it for a while before spitting it out and running happily toward Zheng Tan. He ran and jumped behind the toy car. After running a few steps, he stopped, lowered his body, stuck out his butt, and called out at the toy car. Even if he didn't make a sound, he would stretch out his paws and scratch the air a few times. He grinned and had fun. Tong Qing carefully observed Lu Yao. Compared to before, the gloominess in the child's eyes was much less. It was like a gloomy sky suddenly turning cloudy. This was a good sign. No wonder the boss wanted this cat to come over. Tong Qing couldn't help but sigh. It was easy for people to be wary of each other, especially children like Lu Yao who had experienced some things with his mother. He was very wary of people and rejected strangers. Even people he knew were hard to get close to. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yao didn't go to the front lawn and play with the other children at the buffet table. It wasn't just Lu Yao. If Fang Xiaokang sent a child of the same age to approach Lu Yao, Old Lu's people would more or less be suspicious and wary. Everyone knew that Old Lu treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Since it wasn't easy to start with Old Lu, they would look for the younger one. However, animals were different. Even Old Lu and his subordinates probably wouldn't think that this cat had come here with some ulterior motives. What could a cat do? Even if it could fight and had great strength, in the end wasn't it still a cat? The toy car drove Zheng Tan around the yard. Someone had set up a plastic track in the yard. The toy car could run on it, and Zheng Tan could barely run on it. It was just that it took a little effort to climb the hill. But if you add a steamed bun to the two, Steamed Bun looked at the toy car that carried Zheng Tan to the plastic track. It wagged its tail and followed behind it. With its size, it was a little cramped on the plastic track. However, after taking 2 steps, it didn't see any abnormalities. Its courage grew, and it sped up to chase after the toy car and the black cat in front of it. Zheng Tan sat in the toy car. When it drove onto the plastic track, he turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that Steamed Bun was also following, he was worried that the track would be overloaded. However, when he saw that the track didn't shake or collapse, he was relieved. However, just as Zheng Tan was relieved, he saw Steamed Bun running over. Not only did it run, it even jumped twice as it ran. A section of the track collapsed, and Steamed Bun fell to the ground. The plastic track was only about 10 centimeters high, so it wouldn't be injured. When it fell, Steamed Bun's chin hit the part of the track that didn't collapse. After it fell to the ground, it shook its head, raised its paws, and rubbed its mouth. Then, it continued to follow the toy car as if nothing had happened. However, this time, it didn't jump onto the track. It followed on the ground, or ran to the front and put its chin on the edge of the track to look at the toy car. As the plastic track had collapsed in the middle, Old Lu's subordinates looked at it and couldn't put it back together. This time, they didn't bring any spare parts, so they couldn't build another track. Fortunately, Lu Yao didn't intend to let the toy car continue to use the track. He just controlled the toy car and drove the black cat around the yard. Zheng Tan squatted in the toy car and pondered. A car was indeed a good tool. When he was still a human, he liked to drive around when he was depressed. Just like how many people ran to vent their frustrations, Zheng Tan always liked to drive. However, now that he had become a cat, could he still have his own car? It was difficult. Even if he had a toy car that belonged to him, even if the car was one size bigger, as long as the control was in someone else's hands, Zheng Tan always felt uncomfortable. It was as if his fate was in someone else's hands. However, even if Zheng Tan was given a control lever, Zheng Tan might not be able to control it flexibly. A cat's palm was only so big, and its claws and meatballs were not as flexible as a human's fingers. Zheng Tan raised his head 45 degrees and pretended to be sad. Unfortunately, Steamed Bun, next to him, couldn't understand Zheng Tan's feelings at all. This guy was having fun. The ignorant were fearless and carefree. In layman's terms, dumb dogs were having a lot of fun. Zheng Tan saw that Steamed Bun was having fun and stretched out his paw to slap it. Of course, this slap was definitely not as strong as when he slapped the cat. It was much more restrained, just like when he was playing with the cats and dogs in the yard. With this slap, a few strands of dog fur were hooked off. However, Steamed Bun had a lot of fur, so it didn't seem to mind losing a few strands. It also didn't seem to feel much pain. Instead, it played even more happily. Zheng Tan felt that he didn't know how to get along with this naughty kid anyway, so he squatted in the toy car to kill time. Occasionally, he could think about his worries. When he was unhappy, he would slap Steamed Bun a few times. When the toy car drove past the flower beds and decorative flower pots, it would hook its paw at the flowers and plants to destroy them. Sometimes, it would also fish out a thin branch from the flower beds, bend its paw to hold it, and hit Steamed Bun. For dogs like Steamed Bun, playing, biting, fighting, and other activities could strengthen their neck muscles and make their bodies strong. In the future, Old Lou would probably train them accordingly. However, Steamed Bun was already so active and a little silly. What would it be like in the future? He would probably be like a Huang, who looked serious but had the heart of a fool. When Old Lou took some time to check on his son, he was happy to see his son's expression. It was rare to see his son in a good mood. Old Lou learned the whole story from his subordinates. Previously, he was still hesitating whether to send Steamed Bun away, but now he decided to let it stay. Looking at the situation at the moment, even if Steamed Bun wasn't very smart and wasn't as flexible as other dogs, at least it could play with his baby son, which was enough to prove its value. As for other people's opinions and ridicule, Old Lou sneered in his heart. Compared to his son, they were nothing. Steamed Bun, who was playing with the toy car in the yard, didn't know that its behavior would make Old Lou change his mind. The city's dog management regulations didn't have much binding significance for people like Old Lou. Following Old Lou, at least, could make Steamed Bun better in the reinforced concrete metropolis. Finally, it was time for lunch. The pets' dining table was arranged separately, and there were also people sent by each family to take care of them. The cats and dogs were separated. Zheng Tan didn't join the cats. He didn't want to join in the fun. He stayed outside and found a place to eat with Tong Qing. Fang Xiaokong sent someone to deliver food, and Zheng Tan just waited to eat. When he came over just now, he saw the serval's descendant that he had slapped. That guy saw Zheng Tan from afar and avoided him. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it. If the cat didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend the cat. The man and the cat ate slowly outside. When Zheng Tan was almost done eating, he saw two people coming out of the villa. One was Zhao Lu, and the other was a young man he had seen on the second floor before. He seemed to be called Wang Bin. Looking at the way Zhao Lu and Wang Bin got along, the two should be quite familiar with each other. Zheng Tan wondered if he should go and listen to the gossip. Zhao Lu had already seen Zheng Tan and was coming over. After finding a wooden stool to sit down, Zhao Lu asked Tong Qing some questions about Zheng Tan's meals. The food that Fang Xiaokong sent over was almost finished, so Tong Qing couldn't tell what he had eaten. Tong Qing gave a simple answer. Seeing that the two of them probably had something to talk about, he stood up and walked away. It wasn't good to leave, because Zheng Tan was still in the same place. Zheng Tan thought he could hear some gossip, but the two of them didn't seem to be like what Zheng Tan thought. They were familiar with each other, but unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of interest in each other. The two of them talked about topics ranging from Zheng Tan, the cat, to Wang Bin being sent to the grassroots to train, and then to Wang Bin's younger brother, Heir Mao. However, when the two of them talked about Heir Mao, their tone was full of helplessness. Zheng Tan wondered what kind of person Heir Mao was to be able to make Wang Bin and Zhao Lu treat him like this. After lunch, many people left. They were all busy people, so how could they have the time to stay here and relax? Usually, many people like to have dinner parties. Fang Xiaokong was a relatively different person. When Zhao Lu asked why he arranged lunch but not dinner parties, Third Master Fang yawned. Early to bed and early to rise. It's good for your health. Zhao Lu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Of course, not everyone left. Some people just happened to have time and stayed for a while, such as Old Lu. They would continue to chat with Fang Xiaokong. Zheng Tan stayed there to play with Lu Yao and steamed bun for a while before going home. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokong said to Old Lu, but one day, when Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa at home watching TV, he heard the Jiao Pa talking to Yuan Zi on the phone. They talked about this big client, Boss Lu, who had suddenly arrived. Only then did Zheng Tan know that this matter was really done. The Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi also learned some of the reasons from Fang Xiaokong. Yuan Zi specially bought a bunch of food, some for the two children, and some for Zheng Tan. Before coming, Yuan Zi also burned 3 incense sticks in front of the black manekiniko in the office. It was unknown who taught him this. If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would have been interested in the food. But now, Zheng Tan's mind wasn't on it. It was fine before he came into contact with the toy car. After coming into contact with it, Zheng Tan kept thinking about it in his heart. There were a few days when he dreamed of driving the car for a spin. He didn't sit in someone else's car, nor did he sit in the basket of little Pomelo's bicycle. Instead, he was driving his own car. Therefore, Zheng Tan spent the past few days thinking about how to get a car that was suitable for his current cat-like appearance. Who should he look for? Should he look for the third Master Fang again? Even if he looked for him, he couldn't say it out loud. How could he express his thoughts? Should he send an email or text to Fang San and say, "Fang San, I'm Black Charcoal. Hurry up and get a car for me?" It didn't seem reliable. Chapter 130. The car couldn't be rushed either. How should he live his life? He still lived his life the same way. Zheng Tan felt bored and played with the cats in the east courtyard or went out for a walk. Occasionally, he would go out with Celestine to reduce stress. During this time, Fang Xiaokong came over twice. Both times, Tong Qing drove him here. He didn't stay for long. He just dropped by to take a look. However, even though Fang Xiaokong didn't stay for long, Zheng Tan learned some things from Fang Xiaokong. For example, Yuan Zi and the others had successfully made friends with Old Lu, a big client. Old Lu's son, Lu Yao, liked to control the toy car at home to play with the dog. Although Zheng Tan wasn't there, Steamed Bun seemed to be interested in the toy car. Every time Lu Yao controlled the toy car to play outside, Steamed Bun would follow the toy car. It would only be distracted occasionally. After all, there wasn't a cat in the toy car to play with it. Old Lu also suggested to Fang Xiaokong that he should bring Zheng Tan over to play. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaokong was very busy recently and didn't have time. He only briefly mentioned it to the Jiao Pa. It was a precautionary measure. In the future, Fang Xiaokong might really come over to play with the cat. The temperature in Chuhua City in November wasn't too low. Recently, the weather had been good. Zheng Tan liked to go out for a walk or find a place to lie down and bask in the sun. This afternoon, Zheng Tan walked out of the east courtyard. Feeling the warmth of the sun, he walked along a small path. The path didn't lead to the teaching area or the dormitory area. There were more old houses there, and the school didn't seem to plan to move that area in the past 2 years. At least, Zheng Tan hadn't noticed any big movements there. It wasn't as noisy as when the houses near the side door were demolished to build the dormitory. A few birds of unknown species walked around on the grass, pecking at the grass. They were probably looking for food. After seeing Zheng Tan, the timid and cautious ones had already flown up or jumped away, while the bold ones remained in place. However, they still maintained their vigilance. As long as Zheng Tan approached, they would definitely fly away. Zheng Tan was not in the mood to catch the birds. If it were Huang or the sheriff, they would probably be interested in them. Anyway, Zheng Tan was not in the mood to catch birds. As for Depang, that guy had started to put on weight again. Depang's grandmother was probably worried when she saw Depang like that. Every time she went out, she would bring Depang with her so that he could move around more. The so-called moving around more was just taking a few slow steps. The grandmother was old, so she didn't walk fast. Depang didn't feel tired when he followed her. It was said that at the place where the old lady was learning how to sing Kuan opera, someone used something to tease Depang. However, Depang did not give them any face, so it was impossible for him to move. When he was annoyed, he would jump to a high place and lie down to sleep. It looked like he was too lazy to push. While thinking and walking, Zheng Tan found a good place to bask in the sun. He jumped onto the roof of a one-story old tiled house and found a comfortable place to lie down and bask in the sun. After jumping up, Zheng Tan found that there were other cats on several old tiled houses similar to this one. They were all lying there lazily, basking in the sun. After seeing Zheng Tan, two of them curiously observed Zheng Tan for a while. Then, they probably felt that Zheng Tan was not a threat, so they became sleepy and continued to sleep with their eyes closed. Although these cats seemed to be too lazy to move, as long as there was any abnormal movement, they would immediately react. When they heard footsteps that belonged to a person running, a few cats that were closer to the roof immediately opened their eyes and looked in that direction. They guessed that very few people came here, so their reactions were slightly bigger. The cats that were further away just moved their ears or squinted their eyes lazily to look in that direction. When they found that nothing was wrong, they yawned, changed their position, and continued to sleep. The old tiled house Zheng Tan stayed in was closer to the small path. When he heard the footsteps, he didn't want to look, but he felt that the footsteps were familiar, so he opened his eyes and looked down. With this look, it really made Zheng Tan endlessly shocked. Jiao Wei? Today was Monday. If he remembered correctly, this guy had classes on Monday afternoon. Zheng Tan remembered it so clearly because one time when they were eating at a small restaurant, Jiao Wei and his roommates happened to be there. Zheng Tan heard Jiao Wei and his classmates talking about Monday syndrome. They had classes all day on Monday, and most of them were compulsory classes. With Jiao Wei's personality, skipping compulsory classes and skipping elective classes was something that shouldn't have happened to him. But now, this guy had classes in the afternoon, so what was he doing here? She remembered that at the beginning of the semester, before classes started, Jiao Wei would go to the second and third year classes all day long. When there were no classes, he would go to the library. How could he not attend classes when there were classes? Could it be that the classes were cancelled? But even if the classes were cancelled, according to Jiao Wei's habits, if he wasn't helping out at the small restaurant, he would go to the library or study room. Why would he come to this remote place? And it seemed like he was in a hurry. Zheng Tan's curiosity was piqued again. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Zheng Tan jumped down from the green-tiled house and followed Jiao Wei. This time, he didn't take the small path so that Jiao Wei wouldn't notice him. Jiao Wei ran further inside. There were no people around, and there weren't many people. Compared to the sports field, it was much quieter. In this environment, Jiao Wei's running footsteps were very abrupt. However, soon, Zheng Tan heard other sounds coming from the air. They were getting closer and closer. While Zheng Tan was paying attention to the top, he also noticed that Jiao Wei's footsteps had stopped. In order to avoid being discovered, Zheng Tan immediately jumped into the bushes next to him. There were a few birds looking for food in a pile of leaves and bushes. When they saw Zheng Tan suddenly running over, they were scared and quickly flew up. But just as these frightened birds flew into the air in a panic, a flying object in the air happened to be coming this way. For the birds that suddenly flew from below, the flying object dodged. Zheng Tan saw the flying object in the air clearly. It was a remote control plane, but it didn't look very good. Probably because it happened suddenly, the pilot of the remote control plane made a mistake. The remote control plane directly crashed into a tall sycamore tree. Although it was autumn now, due to the temperature, some of the leaves of these sycamore trees were still green. Even the yellow leaves didn't fall much. The branches were still lush. After the remote control plane fell, it got stuck. The propeller turned a few times, but it was useless. Another remote control plane passed by in the air and flew away. Soon, in the direction where the remote control plane flew, a person with a remote control in his hand ran over. Seeing that he also knew Jiao Wei, after the two of them talked for a while, Jiao Wei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to help the person get the remote control plane down. Hearing the two of them, although they didn't say much, Zheng Tan still knew from their conversation that the reason Jiao Wei skipped class was related to this person, or rather, it was related to these people, and the gathering place was nearby. Zheng Tan didn't stay to see how they got the plane from the tree. He ran in the direction that the person came from. After running a little distance, Zheng Tan heard the sound of people. There was no need to look around randomly. There shouldn't be anyone around. Now that he heard the sound of people, and it was the sound of multiple people, Jiao Wei's destination was probably over there. Following the sound, Zheng Tan saw a building that he didn't know used to be a cafeteria or a warehouse. It was also the style of an old tiled house, but it was a little taller. It was 2 stories high, and the area was a little bigger. From the outside, it looked a little old. Moreover, from the outside, many people would definitely classify it as a dangerous house. There were many old houses like this in Tsinghua University. Those old houses that were reused after being rebuilt had some historical significance to the university. Zheng Tan once saw a group of middle-aged and old people walking around the university. It was probably some kind of activity organized by the university. Those people were all students or teachers from Tsinghua University. There were many white-haired old men and women. When they saw the familiar buildings in the university, they would take photos as a souvenir. At the same time, they also reminisced about the past when they were studying or teaching. There was no lack of rich and powerful people among these people. Even if it was for them, the university would spend a lot of effort to rebuild those old houses. As for the other old houses that didn't have much significance, they would directly tear them down and rebuild them. Zheng Tan had never heard of any historical significance to the building in front of him. However, Zheng Tan wasn't familiar with the old houses in the university. Even if there was a historical significance, he wouldn't completely understand it. When Zheng Tan used to walk around the university, he had passed by this old tiled house before. There were some barriers around it, and it looked like it was under construction. When he passed by it, he heard some noises coming from inside. However, at that time, Zheng Tan didn't pay too much attention to it. He also didn't climb in to take a look. Now, it seemed that there might be some secret hidden in this old building. After climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan found that some of the windows at the bottom were open. Although Zheng Tan couldn't see the movements of the people inside from his angle, he could tell that it was quite lively inside from the sounds he heard. There was also a rustling sound, which was similar to the sound of Lu Yao's toy car running. Could it be that Jiao Wei came here just to play with this kind of remote control toy? If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would definitely think that these people were very childish. But now, Zheng Tan was interested in the remote control car, so he didn't think too much about it. He went to a window in the corner. From the sounds, there was no one there. Jumping on the windowsill, Zheng Tan carefully looked inside. The person closest to the window where Zheng Tan was standing was a young man in his early 20s. He crossed his legs and sat on a wooden stool with peeling paint. His back was against the wall, and he was holding a Rubik's Cube in his hand. What surprised Zheng Tan the most was that this person's eyes weren't on the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Zheng Tan didn't know where he was looking. If he didn't see the Rubik's Cube in his hand first, Zheng Tan would have thought that this person was thinking about something else. Zheng Tan watched this person restore the color of the cube in a very short period of time, then scramble it, restore it, and scramble it again. During the whole process, this person didn't even look at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. "Brother Ching, there's a problem with the wheel. It's hanging on a tree. Let's wait for another 10 minutes. A person came over and said to the person playing with the Rubik's Cube. Seeing that the person playing with the Rubik's Cube nodded, the person left. Chapter 131. 10 minutes later, Jiao Wei and the person who took the airplane model from the tree came together. The person who was playing with the Rubik's Cube put the restored 6-sided Rubik's Cube on the wooden shelf next to him. The wooden shelf was very old and had many scratches on it. The legs of the shelf were also cut. This shelf and some similar tables and chairs in this building had been repaired to varying degrees. The repaired places were much newer than the original places, but they were also worn out. It seemed that this place was frequented by people. Since everyone is here, let's start. Senior Chung stood up and said. Zheng Tan stood by the window and looked at the people taking out model cars one after another. There were some differences in their appearances. Some looked like miniature sports cars and were very exquisite. Some looked like miniature off-road vehicles. There were also some that looked like unfinished products with incomplete shells or no shells at all. Some of the parts inside were exposed. These people were really playing with toy cars. Zheng Tan didn't have time to look down on them. To be honest, Zheng Tan was jealous because he didn't even have a toy car now. There were several circular runways in the cleared field. Each circular runway was different. Some were flat, some were sprinkled with sand, and some had small stones thrown inside. Moreover, some of the circular runways were sloped, as if to simulate different road conditions. There were other tracks, but Zheng Tan didn't have time to observe because several people had already put their toy cars on the flat track. After the countdown, the 4 miniature sports cars started running. The 4 cars were running very fast. Compared to Lu Yao, the drivers here were much better. It was probably because of their age, but it was also because these people were veterans. Staring at the cars on the track for a while, Zheng Tan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he realized that it was too quiet. Lu Yao was a silent and bad-tempered brat, and the people here didn't seem like introverts. Just now, Zheng Tan heard them bragging and chatting. But now, when it should be noisy to liven things up, it was strangely quiet. Of course, the sound of the car running was the clearest. There were no cheers or cheers as Zheng Tan had expected. Could it be that all older children looked like this when they played with toy cars? Why didn't they shout excitedly like a child? Zheng Tan shifted his attention from the running car to the people standing on the side of the track. The 4 people controlling the toy car stood there, their expressions changing as the car moved. They were either nervous, excited, or annoyed, but none of them made a sound. As for Jiao Wei, he was the same as the others. He was looking at the running toy cars on the track with a notebook in his hand. A few steps away from them, someone was staring at the device on the table. Zheng Tan had no idea what it was for. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Tan heard senior brother Cheng yell, "Stop!" Only then did the 4 cars stop. Finally, after 10 minutes of silence in the sports car, it became noisy again. It was quite intense, much livelier than before. However, Zheng Tan heard very little about the speed and ranking of the cars. These people were talking about coefficients and equations. Zheng Tan didn't understand some of the theoretical and technical things. Even when he saw the data on the pages in their hands, Zheng Tan felt like he was reading a heavenly book. It seemed that these people weren't playing with toys. Instead, they were going deeper into the research. Jiao Wei was probably a newcomer, so he didn't talk much. Most of the time, he was taking notes and listening to other people's explanations and suggestions. When he raised his head and was about to talk to someone, he suddenly saw the black cat standing by the window in the corner. It was craning its neck to look at them. Jiao Wei? He didn't even need to look at it closely or call out its name. He could recognize the cat at a glance. Why was it here? Jiao Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. The people next to Jiao Wei noticed him and looked over. They also saw Zheng Tan. "Huh, another cat is looking at our sports car," said the person. "Again." Jiao Wei looked at the people around him, puzzled. He thought that these people would be surprised. He didn't expect most of them to be so calm. Well, the surrounding houses are all old. There aren't many people living here now. There are often cats wandering around. Occasionally, curious cats will come over, but not many. After all, most cats are quite timid, explained the person. Because of this, when people saw Zheng Tan squatting by the window and looking at them, no one was surprised. But this cat was different. Jiao Wei muttered to himself. Since he was already discovered, Zheng Tan didn't hide anymore. However, he didn't jump in either. He moved closer to the window and continued to watch. These people had run a few rounds. Every round, the car model was different, and the track was different as well. Even though they talked about the results after the race, most of them talked about the technical aspects of the race. Zheng Tan was a complete amateur. When Zheng Tan was still a human, someone gave him a car model when he bought a car. He kept it as a toy. That kind of thing, Many people kept it as a collection. Most people still thought that people who used remote controls to drive toy cars outside were children. At least, that was what Jing Tan thought. Jing Tan didn't know how much progress car models would make in a few years. He didn't spend much effort to understand. However, seeing these people play with model cars, he was very interested. After that day, Jing Tan often came to this area in the afternoon. He would sunbathe on a low-tiled house not far from the old house. When he heard the noise inside, he would go over to watch. After 2 weeks, Jing Tan knew that these people would come here every Monday and Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. These people came from different departments. Some were from mechanical engineering, some were from electronic information, some were from mathematical statistics, and some were from physics, chemistry, and other departments. They gathered together because of a common hobby. And the leader of these people was that senior brother Cheng. As for the details, Jing Tan didn't know. It was too difficult to find out. Every time these people came to the sports car, they would bring some simple and portable equipment. After the race, they would take what they needed to take away. Those that they were too lazy to take away were placed in cardboard boxes on high shelves. When they left, they would close the doors and windows of the building and lock the door. The things left here weren't too valuable, so they weren't worried. These people also learned about Jing Tan's background from Jiao Wei. They knew that he was the cat of a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were familiar with Jiao Wei, so every time they saw Jing Tan watching, they would give him some snacks. Unfortunately, Jing Tan didn't appreciate it. He glanced at the snacks and didn't look at them anymore. There were also people who wanted to tease Jing Tan. They played with a rope or threw a tire to attract his attention. Jing Tan looked at them as if they were idiots, then turned his eyes back to the model cars running on the track. Even if he couldn't get a car, he could at least look at it. After getting familiar with these people, Jing Tan didn't stay on the windowsill anymore. He went into the house and stood on the high shelf, looking down at the situation below. At 5 o'clock, these people finished and began to pack up. Jing Tan jumped down from the high shelf and was ready to leave. When he jumped onto the windowsill, Jing Tan suddenly heard people talking about him. He slowed down. Why do you think a cat would be interested in this kind of toy car? Someone looked at the black cat on the windowsill with its back facing them and asked. Cats are always interested in small moving things. There's nothing strange about it. That's not true. My sister's cat will jump away when it sees this kind of thing, let alone watch from the side. Don't all cats like furry things? There's a pile of hard materials or parts here. My uncle's cat likes to sit on the side and watch my nephew play with the remote control car, but it doesn't get close to it. Hearing these people's discussion, Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. These people were not familiar with the black cat. They looked at him like he was a normal cat, but he knew that the black cat was probably listening to these people's conversation. Didn't you see that the cat's ears were tilting towards him? And the rhythmic twitching of its tail meant that the cat was thinking about something. However, Jiao Wei could not say what he was thinking. Associate Professor Jiao had talked to him before, and Jiao Wei clearly remembered the things to pay attention to when it came to cats, so he could only say it in his heart. After Jing Tan returned to the Jiao family for dinner, he thought for a while, then decisively ran out. His goal was the old tiled housing area. For the past few days, Jing Tan's mind had been filled with those running model cars. To be precise, it was the miniaturized cars. Some of the model cars in the hands of those people could no longer be called toys. They were all high-end products, full of technical content. Recently, Jing Tan had been thinking about cars. One day, when he was lying on a tree branch and sunbathing, he heard 2 college students walking by below talking about car models. His first reaction was, car models? Not car models. It wasn't until he heard the 2 college students talking about cool and glamorous girls with hot bodies that Jing Tan realized that the car models they were talking about were not the car models. Jing Tan suddenly felt that he was much more pure. When he first heard the word big boobs, his thoughts had gone astray. He looked up at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Not bad. There were no street lights in the old tiled housing area. There were only a few street lights at the edge of the road. Most of the other areas were dark. The school probably thought that this area would be demolished and rebuilt sooner or later, so there was no need to change the street lights. Zheng Tan was walking along the path to the house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. Suddenly, he felt that he was being followed. Due to the direction of the wind, Zheng Tan could not smell anything unusual. However, Zheng Tan could hear the slight rustling of the grass. Also, based on his intuition, Zheng Tan felt that someone was watching him, but it was not malicious. A black shadow jumped out from the bushes and rushed toward Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was vigilant. He knew the location of the black shadow before it jumped. Seeing that the shadow was rushing over, Zheng Tan jumped away and slapped it a few times. He did not use much strength, just like when cats were playing with each other. Chapter 132. Seeing the sheriff didn't change Zheng Tan's route. After pausing for a while, he went straight to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. The sheriff looked at Zheng Tan, who was walking away, and then looked at the two cats in the grass. He wagged his tail and ran after Zheng Tan. However, the cats in the grass also followed. For these cats, they didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to play. As Sheriff followed Zheng Tan, he would also turn to the side and play with the cats. The sounds of the cats playing attracted more cats to come out to play, and more cats gathered around. This phenomenon wasn't because of a leader. In the cat family, only lions lived in groups. Many people said that cats were more independent. Perhaps it was because of this independence that cats' personalities were formed. Sometimes, their thoughts were different and unpredictable. Of course, cats living in the human world also looked for companions to play with. As for why there wasn't a regional power here, Zheng Tan thought about it. It should be because of the place itself. It wasn't their nest. It was just a place to play. The cats weren't fixed. For example, the sheriff was probably a newcomer. Zheng Tan ignored the cats running around. He walked along the path and paid attention to the old tile-roofed houses around him. He once heard a few of the school's sanitation workers talk about it. Although the school didn't do much in the area of the old tile-roofed houses, they would still send people to clean up after a while. One of the tasks was to clean up stray cats. Once, a worker in charge of cleaning found a litter of kittens in one of the tile-roofed houses. He didn't see the mother cat, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, a sanitation worker brought the litter of kittens home to feed. After that, he didn't hear the mother cat meowing around. He guessed that the mother cat had gone out to look for food. Also, during the time that Zheng Tan wandered around the area, he gradually found that many of the old tile-roofed houses were not empty. In addition to Jiao Wei's group, there were some people who applied for temporary use. They were all student clubs that couldn't find a suitable place. The school encouraged students to be self-reliant and innovative. It also supported many clubs and associations. The old tile-roofed houses were all inspected. Even if they looked dangerous from the outside, they could still be used for a few years if they really wanted to use them. The other houses that were marked couldn't be used. Those were really dangerous houses that were prone to accidents. In this way, with people around, the probability of stray cats settling down here was even lower. Therefore, the cats that came here to play were not the cats that had settled down here, but the cats that lived in the surrounding areas. Some of them were from the west side courtyard, and the one that had been chasing the sheriff the most was one of them. Because of this, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being besieged by a group of cats. If that really happened, even if Zheng Tan was stronger, the result wouldn't be good. Zheng Tan climbed over the construction fence outside and came to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. He looked around and saw that the door was tightly shut. The door was a kind of thick wooden door that looked a little old. The reason why they didn't use a metal door or a fence door was probably to avoid the suspicion of 300 taels of silver here. After all, the surrounding tile-roofed houses all had wooden doors. Zheng Tan didn't go in through the door. There was a window next to it that didn't have glass in the upper right corner. After Zheng Tan jumped on the windowsill, he climbed in through the broken window. After Zheng Tan, the sheriff climbed in. For cats, climbing through windows wasn't necessarily less than walking through doors. It was easy and very familiar. Although some of the other cats had followed them over, only 2 of them had managed to climb into the house. After the sheriff and the other 2 cats went in, they sniffed around and looked around. Zheng Tan didn't care about them. He jumped on a shelf and found a car model that hadn't been installed yet, as well as a matching remote control. The sheriff didn't understand what Zheng Tan was doing. When he saw Zheng Tan put the car model on the track, he went over and sniffed it. He raised his paws and patted it, but found it boring. He was about to leave to find something fun when he suddenly heard the car model make a sound. He was so scared that he arched his back and jumped back. But soon, when he saw the car model start running on the track, he became bold and followed beside the track. Zheng Tan used his paws to press on the remote control. It was a little unfamiliar and inconvenient to control the car model. The remote control was big and inconvenient to hold, so Zheng Tan directly put the remote control on the ground. As soon as it started running, the car directly hit the plastic barrier beside the track. Zheng Tan walked over and flipped the car over and put it on the track again. After a few seconds, he hit it again and flipped it over. Also, because it was a circular track, it was a little difficult to drive. Zheng Tan's current cat paws were not good at controlling details. He had never felt that it was so difficult to control a toy car model. Just like that, he hit it, flipped it over, hit it again, and flipped it over again. After a few repetitions, the situation became much better. Now he could reduce the number of hits and flips in one lap to less than 5. He was too focused just now. When Zheng Tan looked around again, he found that there were a few cats watching around the track. They were probably wary of new things, so they didn't get too close. At first, the sheriff followed the car, but later found that the car was fast and the car was only running in this area, so he squatted there and stared. After resting for a while, Zheng Tan was ready to start again. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked outside. Then he ran to the side and jumped on a chair by the window. He stood up and looked outside from the window. A construction fence was pushed, and a sneaky figure came in from outside. Under the moonlight, even human eyes could see them. Unfortunately, there weren't many people around at night. Young couples rarely came here on dates. After all, there were no street lights and no sense of security. That was the most likely possibility. But there was someone in this shabby place? After the person came in, he looked around and found that there was no one else. He called the people behind him to come in together. A man and a woman. They looked very young, like school students. There were too many young couples like this. They could cover for anything, but Zheng Tan felt that these two people's skills were not as good as the two in the East Courtyard. Their skills weren't high, so they were easier to deal with. When the people outside pushed the construction fence, the cats outside were scared and ran away, so the man and woman didn't notice how many cats were around. The construction fence was built with some light materials, and it wasn't of good quality. It had been a long time, and now several places were damaged. With a push, a big gap could be opened, and it was easy to come in. Zheng Tan saw them coming to the window. He jumped off the chair and looked around. There was a wrench in the corner. It was probably not used often, and it was covered with a layer of dust. Usually, no one paid attention to it, and those people didn't put it together when they were packing. Zheng Tan walked over and picked up the wrench, weighed it, and quietly came to a place 4 or 5 meters away from the door. The few cats in the room also heard the movement outside. The cat near the door retreated inside to join the others. Zheng Tan was now walking upright. He wasn't afraid of the cats here telling on him. After all, these cats couldn't even understand his unusual behavior, let alone find someone to tell on him. Holding the wrench, Zheng Tan listened to the two people talking in a low voice at the door. Even if they were sure that there was no one in front of the door, they didn't dare to talk loudly. After all, at this time, they couldn't be sure if someone would pass by on the other side of the construction fence. Is there really something valuable in here? How much can it be sold for? Asked the woman, who deliberately lowered her voice. Of course there is. As long as we sell the things that those people play with, we can definitely get a few hundred yuan, maybe even 1,000 yuan. The money can be used to buy you a few more clothes. Last time when you were shopping, didn't you see a bag in a specialty store? If we sell it for money, we can have that bag. We can also sell branded perfume, said the man. Can you open the door without a key? The woman was doubtful. The sound of the door lock was heard. The people outside were probably picking the lock. Because of some things that happened in the East Courtyard, Zheng Tan had a very bad impression of thieves. It could be said that they were extremely bad. According to Zheng Tan's personality, although he was too lazy to care about other people's business, when it concerned himself, he would deal with it every time. When he was in the East Courtyard, he could borrow Niu Zhuang and the others' mouths, but now he had to solve it himself. The cats inside didn't make any sound. At this time, they were just alert and ready to respond and escape at any time. The wooden door gradually opened with a long creak, and the silver moonlight shone in. "Hey, I told you this door lock can't stop me," said the man proudly. "Be careful, don't suddenly run out." The woman seemed to be a little scared, but the temptation of branded clothes, bags, and perfume was too great. She still followed in. "It's okay, there's definitely no one." The voice stopped abruptly because they saw pairs of shining eyes. In the silent night, under the silvery white moonlight, in the old tile-roofed house, especially when both of them were guilty of something, suddenly seeing these shining eyes would always make one feel terrified. "Ah!" The woman wanted to scream, but just as she made a sound, the man covered her mouth. "Don't be afraid, it's just a cat, not a person." Although he was also shocked just now, but probably because he had done this kind of thing more often, the man's psychological quality was stronger than the woman's. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! Blood splattered from his nose, and one of his front teeth fell out. Someone once lamented that when a thief met a cat, what could the cat do? A dog could still warn the thief and bite him, but the cat would probably have run away or curled up in a corner to sleep. Yes, most of the time that was the case. Unfortunately, this thief was unlucky today. The blood-stained wrench fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Chapter 133. Zheng Tan didn't run away like the other cats. Before the man could react, he picked up a stool and threw it at him. Bang! Another blow. Blood flowed from the man's nose. It was sticky between his fingers. The man felt dizzy, but even so, he knew one thing. There was definitely someone inside, and judging by the strength of the thing that was thrown, it was definitely not a child. Damn, how could there really be someone inside? In the dark, Zheng Tan changed his position and stood next to another stool. If the man was still able to pick up the wrench from the ground, he would not mind swinging the stool as hard as he could. The reason he did not do so was because Zheng Tan was not sure whether it would kill the man or not. Compared to the thieves at the eastern courtyard, Zheng Tan did not have that much hatred toward them. He wasn't afraid that the man would discover him. As long as he didn't rush out and throw the stool, no one would associate him with the stool. In fact, Zheng Tan wanted to jump over and kick the man, but he didn't want to be discovered, so he tried to hide as much as possible. He just wanted to create the illusion that there was someone inside. As for the woman, she had a lot of crooked thoughts, but she didn't have much courage. What happened just now really scared her. She wanted to find some long tools on the ground to defend herself. The cats looked at the Trojans. But when she lowered her head, she directly met a pair of bright cat eyes. She saw that the cat was standing 2 steps away from her. It didn't move and just stared at her. She couldn't see much emotion from the pair of bright eyes because of the reflection of light. Whether it was friendliness, curiosity, or vigilance, they were all covered by the light. The woman was very scared and didn't care so much. She took something out of a small satchel and threw it at the cat in front of her. She didn't pay attention to what it was. In such a situation, the only cat in the East Courtyard who dared to confront people directly was Depang, except for Zheng Tan. Unfortunately, the fat man was at home. If Huang encountered him, he would run away without hesitation. However, the woman was facing the sheriff, so he would also run away. But if there was a chance, he would first scratch the woman with his claws before running away. And the sheriff did exactly that. He had no idea what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. After Sheriff finished scratching, he quickly ran back and jumped onto a shelf. For him, it was safer to hide on top. At the same time, he pressed down on his ears and looked at the woman with his fur puffed up. Like the other cats, he let out a low growl. Hearing this kind of roar in broad daylight wouldn't cause much of a reaction, but in this kind of environment, when all the cats in the house were roaring at the same time, it made people's hair stand on end. Zheng Tan glanced to the side and saw that the woman was covering her face. She screamed, turned around, and ran out. Based on the woman's height, It was possible that the sheriff had jumped up and scratched her face, but he did not know to what extent. Could it be that the sheriff learned this trick when he peeked at the girls fighting and scratching their heads? No matter what, this guy's behavior was getting more and more aggressive. As soon as the woman ran away, the man who was about to fight back also turned around and ran away. His mind was finally clear, but the situation in the house was not clear. He did not know how many people were in the house. Now that he was alone, he did not know what to do, so he might as well run away. As soon as the two people who blocked the door ran away, some of the cats in the house ran out as well. Xianxia did not chase after them, nor did he run away immediately. He squatted down and thought for a while. It was getting late. According to his usual habit, he should go home. If he was late, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would have a problem with it. They were afraid that something would happen to Xianxia again. But now, there were bloodstains on the ground. Even if he closed the door, the Jiao Wei and the others would probably be shocked the next time they came. No one would know what had happened. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find anything after a long time. It would be too late to take preventive measures. Today was Thursday. There were still 3 or 4 days until the next time they came. No one knew if there would be more thieves in the next 3 or 4 days. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. The things left here were not worth much, but that was only relatively speaking. Even if they could only be sold for a few thousand yuan, the thieves would still remember them. Most of the people who played this game were probably not short of money. People like the Jiao Wei were in the minority. However, those people had spent a lot of effort to tidy up the place. If they messed up and lost some parts, they would definitely be unhappy. Should he remind them, or should he just stay out of it? He could just walk away. The people here knew that although there were not many cats living here, there were many cats around. They would not think that it was Xianxia. Besides, there were thieves here, not the cats. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the thieves, not the cats. Xianxia did not want to be nosy, but if he could make those people thank him this time, even if he damaged their cars in the future, they would not be angry, right? Instead of thinking about asking for help, it was better to let people owe him a favor. This was the conclusion that Xianxia came to after meeting some people and experiencing some things. For people like He Tao and Yi Hao, if you asked them for help, even if you took out some benefits in exchange, they would at most satisfy your request temporarily. However, it was different to let them owe you a favor. That was a long-term investment. After making the decision, Xianxia put the cars and remote control that he had just played with back to their original places, and then walked to the side of the circular track. In order to set off the atmosphere, there were some small flags in the inner and outer circles of the circular track. There were flags in red, yellow, white, black, and blue. There were also pictures and words drawn by those people on them. Xianxia pulled out some of the small flags and threw them on the ground. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to pull out just one. Grabbing the small white flag with the words on it, he rubbed the sharp end of the flag in the blood that had not yet coagulated. Then, Xianxia carefully held the clean flagpole in his mouth and ran out. The sheriff ran out after him, but after just a few steps, he could not see Xianxia's shadow. He wagged his tail and turned back to have fun. Anyway, there were still a few cats inside, so he could continue to play for a while. Xianxia ran to Jiao Wei's shop with the small flag stained with blood in his mouth. During this period of time, Jiao Wei's small restaurant had been doing well. Jiao Wei would help there at night and not return until after 10 o'clock. At this time, Jiao Wei was helping to wipe the table. The last group of people had just finished eating and left. While he was wiping the table, a figure suddenly rushed over and jumped onto the table, leaving a few footprints. Xianxia put the small white flag in front of Jiao Wei, wondering if this kid could tell the origin of the small white flag. Jiao Wei looked at the small flag in front of him and was stunned. After noticing the words and blood on it, he looked at Xianxia, then looked at the small flag. He lifted Xianxia up to check and found that he was not injured. Whose blood is this? No, wait, isn't the flag in the house over there? The words on the small flags were written when they were joking. There were signatures and competition records, and this small flag was the competition result from last Monday's performance test. Of course, Jiao Wei could recognize it. After asking the question, Jiao Wei remembered that it was just a cat in front of him. He did not say anything else and immediately used the shop's phone to call someone. Are you sure you locked the door? It's okay. I'm just asking. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents and rode his second-hand bicycle to the old tile-roofed house. Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the table, watched Jiao Wei leave and cursed in his heart. He actually left the hero behind and ran away by himself. He then jumped off the table. He did not go straight home. He planned to go to the old tile-roofed house to see what was going on. The reward for reporting the news had not been decided yet. When Zheng Tan arrived, Jiao Wei had just finished calling a few people and was walking over. There was an IC card public telephone on the side of the road in the old tile-roofed house area. Jiao Wei made the call there. Those who received the call, regardless of whether they were playing games, flirting with girls, or sleeping, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over as soon as they heard that the sports car's door had been broken open. They also notified those who could not be contacted. As for the old tile-roofed house, Zheng Tan did not see the sheriff when he arrived. He guessed that the sheriff had gone home. The remaining cats probably ran away after seeing Jiao Wei, so the house was now empty. The lights were on, and the blood had dried. However, the bloody wrench and the stool at the door were still there. Jiao Wei did not touch them. When the others rushed over, they immediately saw the wrench and the stool at the door. F***CK. Was there a fight here? There's blood. Jiao Wei, are you hurt? Someone asked. It's okay. It's not mine. It was like this when I came. Jiao Wei briefly explained the situation when he came over. The door lock was broken open. Although it's not obvious, there are some scratches, another person standing at the door said. Zheng Tan quietly squatted by the side, listening to their discussion. When Jiao Wei told them about how he had carried the flag, a few people gathered in front of Zheng Tan, praising him and asking him questions. However, Zheng Tan maintained a blank expression, pretending that he did not know anything and did not understand what they were saying. He looked no different from the other cats. He finally made up his mind. As long as these people did not deny his contribution, it was fine. Forget it. We can't get anything out of a cat. It's already good enough that it tipped off Jiao Wei. That, Brother Cheng said. The person next to him nodded. That's true. F***CK, if I find out who broke open the door, I'll beat him to death. I didn't expect this place to be remembered. Tisk, people nowadays are willing to do anything for a little bit of profit. But our school is so good, ability and character are not proportional. No matter how angry they were, they still had a lot of things to do. They tidied up the things on the ground, checked what was missing and changed the door lock. When they were done, they realized that it was already 11 o'clock. F***CK. It's already 11 o'clock and the dormitory is closed. We'll be criticized by the building manager again. Do you close at 11 o'clock? We close at 11:30. That's because you're a master's dormitory. Our undergraduate dormitory closes at 11 o'clock. Brother Cheng, you have to help us this time. Otherwise, the old guard will nag for a week. Why do you need Brother Cheng to help? Jiao Wei was a little confused. The person who spoke just now was in the same school as Jiao Wei, in the same dormitory building, but he was in his third year. He's just trying to show off his face. He'll treat people according to their preferences, someone at the side interrupted. We can't afford to offend the building manager. He looks like an ordinary old man, but he might be a relative of some school leader. In the past, a student in our building quarreled with the building manager. He thought that the building manager was just a stinky old man in charge of guarding the door, a low-class employee. He didn't expect to be called by the counselor for a talk the next day. Later, we found out that the old man's son is from the school administration building. I heard that he has some power. Chapter 134. Because of the incident with the thief, the people who played with car models had a much better impression of Zheng Tan, and their tolerance for him had also increased a lot. Someone even made a simple 1/8 scale car for Zheng Tan to play with. But for many things, after the novelty wore off, one would get tired of it. Zheng Tan didn't like to let others control him, and when he was surrounded, Zheng Tan felt like he was a monkey in a circus, squatting on a model car and waiting for those people to control the remote control to make the car run. After playing with it a few times, Jing Tan stopped squatting on the car and didn't feel as excited as when he first saw the toy car. So every time when it was time to go, he would stand by the window and watch those people play with the car, take a nap, and imagine his own small car. Jing Tan himself knew very well that the car thing was just a fantasy, and it was impossible to have a special car that belonged to him. After all, he was just a cat now. Who would spend so much effort and money to make a car for a cat? And even if he spent money on a cat car, he might not be able to use it, and it would be a waste of money. Even if these students were grateful for Jing Tan's warning, they would only allow Jing Tan to play with the car. After yawning, Jing Tan was ready to change his lying position, but when he turned his head, he saw someone standing not far away from the bush. It was an acquaintance. Jing Tan thought that he was very alert, but just now, he didn't notice Tong Qing standing there at all. This person's presence was really weak, and because of this, he couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Fang Xiaokong's driver. When did Tong Qing come? How long has he been here? Or has this guy been watching here for a long time? Looking around, Jing Tan didn't see the car with 4 laps, nor did he see Fang Xiaokong. While he was thinking, someone in the old tile-roofed house called Jing Tan over to play with the car, which distracted Jing Tan. When he looked back out of the window again, Tong Qing was no longer there. Puzzled, Jing Tan didn't stay there for long. He jumped out of the window and ran toward the east courtyard. When he passed by the guard, Jing Tan deliberately slowed down to let the guard see him. If Fang Xiaokong had been here, the guard would definitely say something. Not only Jing Tan, but also Huang, the sheriff, Sahara, and other pets passed by the door. When the guard saw them, he would say a word or two or call their names. He was probably lonely here and had no one to talk to. Whether it was the security guards or the building managers, they all had sharp eyes and good memories. They would remember who had come and who they were looking for after just one visit. Therefore, as soon as the security guard saw Fang Xiaokong's car, he knew that he was looking for Teacher Jiao's house in Block B. Unfortunately, the guard only said, "Oh, you're back so early today." He continued reading the newspaper and didn't mention the 4 circles at all. This made Jing Tan even more puzzled. If he didn't come to the courtyard to look for someone, why would Tong Qing appear at the old tile-roofed house? Tong Qing wouldn't act at will without Fang Xiaokong's instructions. In other words, Fang Xiaokong must have known that he went to the old tile-roofed house to look at people playing with cars. Then, would the third master Fang buy a car model and send it over? Jing Tan lay on a sycamore tree and thought about the possibility of the third master Fang buying a car model. Over the next few days, Jing Tan deliberately observed and didn't find Tong Qing. He also didn't hear Jiao Pa mention Fang Xiaokong and the car model. Now, Jiao Pa was busy again and Xian didn't see anyone. As for Su Chu, he stayed in the laboratory all day in order to shine at this year's annual academic meeting. It was the end of the semester again and the 2 children were preparing for the final exam. The people around him were busy running around. Jing Tan felt that he was really bored out of his mind. Depang was napping on the balcony. Huang had diarrhea and was resting at home. He didn't know where the sheriff went again. When he was bored, Jing Tan liked to walk around and see new things. Otherwise, Jing Tan really felt like he was just waiting to die. It had been a long time since he went to the Jiaoyuan school. Jing Tan decided to walk there. This time, he wanted to walk a little further to see. On the way to the side door, he passed by a sports field. There were many people running on the basketball court. There were also people cheering and shouting. There was probably a basketball game going on. Jing Tan jumped up a tree and prepared to take a look. Before he could stand firm, he heard a loud voice shouting, "Brothel men! Come on!" Hearing this, Jing Tan almost slipped down from the tree. When he steadied himself and looked over, he found that it was the G Institute. There was a sign next to the basketball court. G Institute 04 vs 04 Economic Management. Compared to middle school and elementary school students, college students were much more relaxed. After experiencing the devastation of the college entrance examination, this kind of college exam was nothing to them. Recently, there were still many people on the basketball court. Especially in this situation, the players on both sides seemed to have been injected with chicken blood because there were beautiful girls from the School of Economic Management standing around them. There were many men in the School of Economic Management and many girls in the School of Economic Management. Regardless of whether they were from the School of Economic Management or the School of Economic Management, the players on the basketball court were full of energy to show off. In the rest area, a student wearing the G Institute 04 uniform took 2 sips of mineral water and said to the person next to him, "In middle school, I always liked to wear the uniform of my idol in the NBA. Now, I always like to wear the stupid uniform with my name and school printed on it. I even get a little excited wearing it." As he said this, he shouted to the court, "Boys from the School of Economic Management, beat the School of Economic Management." The School of Economic Management, standing on the opposite side of the court, glared at them. The guy who shouted became more and more cocky. No matter what, the girls on the opposite side were looking over, right? Just as Zheng Tan and the boys from the School of Economic Management were looking at the girls together, in an office on a certain floor of the Department of Engineering, Cheng Zhong looked at a contract in front of him and felt a little conflicted. It was very common for graduate students to take on private jobs. Although graduate supervisors always hoped that their students would devote all their time and energy to their projects, with their meager salary and state subsidies, they couldn't even afford to buy a bag for their girlfriends. Therefore, those who could afford to take on private jobs would do so. Cheng Zhong started taking on private jobs when he was an undergraduate. He wasn't afraid of being criticized by his supervisors. After all, the supervisors knew in their hearts and just pretended not to know anything. At this moment, the contract in front of Cheng Zhong was very attractive, but this job was a little puzzling. "Mr. Fong, I've never done this kind of car model before." "It's okay. I believe in your ability. I've seen all the jobs you've taken in the past. They're very good. But this model..." According to the information, it was bigger than an ordinary 1/8-scale car model. It was not suitable for children. Who was this for? Cheng Zhong didn't understand, but the other party didn't want to reveal too much. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the table. "I don't need you to answer me right away. I'll give you time to think." Cheng Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything else, he considered his words and prepared to send him off. "Then tomorrow..." "Okay, time's up. Have you thought about it? What's your answer?" Fang Xiaokong looked away from his watch and looked at Cheng Zhong seriously, waiting for his decision. Cheng Zhong. So, was this person's first sentence a fart? Moreover, Fang Xiaokong's serious expression that said, "I'm not joking," made Cheng Zhong feel as if he was suffocating halfway through his exhalation. From the moment Fang Xiaokong said, "I'll give you time to consider," to the moment he said, "Time's up," the interval between these two sentences was only 15 seconds. 15 seconds to think my asteriskis. This kind of unruly approach made Cheng Zhong feel helpless. He wiped his forehead with his fingers. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was a big shot, someone that even his own teacher had to give face, Cheng Zhong really wanted to go up and slap him. As if he knew what Cheng Zhong was thinking at the moment, Fang Xiaokong explained slowly, "In the business world, there's a saying called the 15-second war in the advertising war. 15 seconds is the most common version of advertising. In a limited 15 seconds, you can forge an unlimited amount of influence. 15 seconds is enough for a person to calm down from anger and adjust their emotions. In marketing, an excellent salesperson can make a customer fall for it in 10 seconds. Now, I believe that with your brain, 15 seconds is enough for you to make a decision." Cheng Zhong picked up the contract in front of him and read it again. He quickly flipped through the materials and said, "Okay, I'll take this." Since he decided to take this job, Cheng Zhong raised a few questions, and Fang Xiaokong answered them one by one. As for why Fang Xiaokong looked for Cheng Zhong, it was mainly because this kid had been in contact with car models for a long time. In terms of theory and practical knowledge, he wasn't inferior to some so-called experts. Plus, he was close enough to the east side courtyard, so if there was a problem with the car, it would be easy to find someone. Jing Tan didn't know what Fang Xiaokong was doing. He had already left the basketball court and was outside Jiao Yuan School. Standing on the wall and looking around, Jing Tan found that some of the paper on the windows had been torn off. Now that the temperature had dropped, many people wanted to bask in the sun, so there was no need to cover the windows with paper. This way, Zheng Tan could see the general situation in the classroom from the wall. It was a pity that Fu Lei was no longer sitting by the window. Perhaps it was because of his achievements in the sports competition and because he got along well with Jiao Yuan and the others. The homeroom teacher also took care of him a little and moved him forward by 2 rows. He was in the middle group. Since he didn't know anyone by the window, Zheng Tan didn't go to the windowsill. He stood on the wall and continued to walk forward. After passing by the school gate, he walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a small neighborhood. It was a very ordinary neighborhood. There were many neighborhoods like this in the neighborhood. Originally, Zheng Tan didn't plan to stop here, but he couldn't stand the constant meow 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 calls from below. Hey, where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. You're not from around here, are you? A 17 or 18-year-old student wearing the 20th high school uniform said to Zheng Tan. Don't bother if he's not a girl. Zheng Tan glanced at him and turned to leave. Pa. Not far away, a window on the first floor of a building was forcefully pulled open. A woman with a taut face stuck her head out and looked over. She shouted in a thick local dialect. If you have nothing to do, do more test questions. What time is it now? Why aren't you nervous? Learn from your brother. Don't play with cats all day. I think your IQ is almost as low as a cat's. Chapter 135. After shouting, the woman poured out a cup of cold tea and slammed the window shut. Zheng Tan turned his attention back to the student who had been criticized as having the IQ of a cat. From the looks of it, he seemed to be immune to such words. There was no change in his expression after hearing it, and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes either. Clearly, this was not the first time this had happened. The student pulled a dry straw from the corner of the wall and prepared to play with the cat. Zheng Tan did not plan to pay attention to him. He lifted his foot and continued to walk forward, looking at the surrounding terrain and buildings. After taking a few turns, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He heard some construction sounds coming from the construction site. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zheng Tan could only see the arm of a crane peeking out from between 2 buildings. There were too many buildings around and too many people. Zheng Tan could not find a good vantage point to observe the construction. Why did that place feel familiar? He could not remember where it was. Zheng Tan was strolling in a new area. His sense of direction was a bit blurry, so he did not think too much about it. After strolling for a while, he went back along the road. On the way back, Zheng Tan passed by the neighborhood again. The student in the high school uniform was talking to another person. He did not know what they were talking about. The honking of the surrounding cars was too disruptive. When the honking stopped, Zheng Tan walked closer. He heard the person snort in disdain and say, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" The man in the school uniform smiled indifferently. That's not right. How can a swan know the joy of a sparrow? Zheng Tan squatted on the wall and listened to the 2 people debate about sparrows and swans. One had a sense of superiority that said, "You don't know how big the world is." The other had a look that said, "This is how I am. What can you do to me?" Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan also learned that the person in front of the man in the school uniform was the brother in the Learn from Your Brother. Both of them were in the 3rd year of high school. They were in the same school, but it was not the provincial Qi High School of Tsinghua University. It was just a normal high school that was relatively close to here. Not to mention who was right and who was wrong, and who was in the right, Zheng Tan could only sigh after listening to their conversation. They were indeed in the 3rd year of high school. They were fluent in classical Chinese. Sometimes, 3 idioms would pop out in one sentence. It was very difficult for a poor student like Zheng Tan to listen to. After a few minutes, the brother impatiently left. The man in the school uniform stood in place for a while. When he turned his head to look outside the neighborhood, he saw Zheng Tan squatting on the wall. "Hey, you're here again?" The man, who had been expressionless just now, immediately smiled. He picked up the withered straw that had been thrown aside and prepared to play with the cat again. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan did not want to play with him. He lifted his feet and went home. Everything in Tsinghua University was still the same. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, when Zheng Tan was on his way back, He heard a middle-aged couple in a shop outside the university talking about the reconstruction of the abandoned project into a commercial plaza. Compared to the Central Plaza and other large commercial plazas, this new plaza was definitely smaller. However, there were many schools around it. Other than Tsinghua University, there were other schools. It was easier to earn money from students. Some of the vendors had already started to discuss countermeasures. Other than that, it seemed like they were going to build housing. The couple did not know much about it, so Zheng Tan only had a rough idea of what was going on. No wonder he felt that the construction site was familiar. It turned out that it was that place. He had heard Celestine mention it a while ago. It seemed like Yi Hao had achieved his goal. It was good that it was built. There would be another place to play. However, he did not know how many years it would take to build it. He hoped that Yi Hao would be more efficient. The next day, Zheng Tan still walked along the same road as yesterday. When he arrived at the residential area, he saw the man in the school uniform from yesterday. This guy seemed to be preparing to go out. When he saw Zheng Tan, he nagged for a while. He seemed to be in a hurry and did not say much. The man in the school uniform was not wearing his school uniform today. He had changed into a casual and cheap sportswear. When he walked out of the residential area, the woman shouted a few times from the window. It was nothing more than a few words that scolded the man for not doing his job and only knowing how to play all day. Because she saw Zheng Tan again, the woman looked down on the cat's IQ again. Just as he walked out of the residential area, the man in the school uniform bumped into a familiar person. He should be a neighbor. Zhong Yan, did you have a month off? How was the monthly exam this time? The man asked. Just as so, Zhong Yan said helplessly. Sigh, you really need to learn from your brother. Yesterday, I heard that your brother did test questions until 11 at night before going to bed. This time, he will probably be in the top 10 of the class again. The man blabbered on for a while. Zhong Yan's expression did not change. After listening to half of it, he made an excuse and left. When he left, Zheng Tan saw the man shaking his head at Zhong Yan's back. He sighed as if he was saying, "This child is really unteachable." Zheng Tan looked at the kid named Zhong Yan who was gradually walking away. He moved the tip of his tail, thought for a while, and followed him. He wanted to see where the kid was going to play. When they passed by an alley, Zhong Yan bought some wine from a shop at the entrance of the alley and walked into the alley. The alley was relatively old. Zheng Tan had seen it when he passed by here yesterday, but he did not go in to take a closer look. Now that he followed Zhong Yan through the alley, he realized that the buildings at the other end of the alley had been demolished. Standing at the exit of the alley, Zheng Tan could see the construction site not far away. It was not an abandoned construction site. It was an old building area that had just been demolished. It seemed that the scope of the construction this time was quite large. It was a big project. No wonder Yi Hao had done so much preparation. After Zhong Yan left the alley, he looked around and then walked in a direction. This area was not surrounded by building boards. Zhong Yan's destination was a temporary duty room. There were a few people gathered there, surrounded by smoke. Smoking was prohibited on the construction site. This duty room was one of the few temporary smoking places. Many of the people smoking in the duty room knew Zhong Yan. When they saw the wine in Zhong Yan's hand, their smiles deepened. Although they could not drink now, it was not bad to have a few sips during dinner. Zhong Yan entered the duty room for a short while. He walked out of the construction site with a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat. Zheng Tan stood at the entrance of the alley and looked over there. The man in the hard hat looked around and pointed at Zheng Tan's direction. He then walked over with Zhong Yan. Zheng Tan jumped onto a short building that was not demolished. He watched the two walk over. This cat followed you here, right? The man took off his hard hat, pointed at Zheng Tan and said to Zhong Yan, "Hey, Brother Ning, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. I saw this cat for the first time yesterday. I don't know whose it is. It is quite bold and not afraid of people." Zhong Yan looked at the black cat on the short building and said. Brother Ning just smiled and shook his head. He did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked, "How was your monthly exam?" "Not bad," Zhong Yan answered. Compared to the resident of the community, Zhong Yan seemed to be more sincere when he answered. "What do you want to do this time?" Brother Ning asked. I really can't hide anything from you. Zhong Yan scratched his hair and said, winter vacation is in a month. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I want to find some work to earn some living expenses. Brother Ning, are you short of people at the construction site? Hearing Zhong Yan's words, Brother Ning frowned. Why do you want to work here? Does your mother not give you living expenses? Even if she is biased, she should not be so biased. She doesn't like her own son, but fawns on other people's children. Zhong Yan rubbed his palms again and did not say anything. Well, you'd better put more energy on your studies. Next year, you can get into a good university. Don't be like us. As for the construction site, during the spring festival, some people must go home. There is still some work here that can't be stopped. If you are not afraid of hard work, you can have a try. They are all simple coolies. I don't have the ability to arrange other things. Thank you, Brother Ning. Zhong Yan was very happy. Don't mention it. Don't worry about the construction site. There must be work. But the most important thing for you is to get into a university. People like us who have a junior high school education can't wait to envy you. Brother Ning, aren't you doing well now? In the past 2 years, you have bought a house and a car. You also have a wife and children. Although Brother Ning and the others were not knowledgeable, skills could not be learned well from books. Brother Ning and the others had been in this line for several years. They had become familiar with it and made some money. You don't understand. Even if we have money, those people in the society still look at us with contempt. Although they are very polite in front of us, they may belittle us in their hearts. I have heard a lot of words like vulgar, shallow, country bumpkin, nouveau riche. I used to tell myself that those people were jealous, but there are too many people like that. We can't deceive ourselves. While speaking, Brother Ning found that Zhong Yan lowered his head. He felt that he probably put too much pressure on this child. So he changed the topic and said, but our boss used to tell us that some people's intelligence only comes from books, but some people's intelligence can penetrate into society. Now it's hard to say who will live better in the future. Everyone has his own evaluation standard. We just need to live our own life. Times are progressing. As long as we uneducated people live better than those intellectuals, we will be satisfied. Little Zhong, even if you are not good at studying, you have a good brain. You will definitely be better than us in the future. Zhong Yan did not refute, nor did he explain anything. Instead, he asked, Brother Ning, does your boss have any taboos? I will pay more attention at that time. Taboos? It should be nothing. You know that we have been in the underworld. Oh, I remember. I heard that our boss doesn't like cats, especially black ones. But our boss doesn't come here often, and you can't bring the cat into the construction site. It should be nothing. You just need to know. After talking for a while, Brother Ning stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and walked towards the construction site. Watching Brother Ning leave, Zhong Yan said to the black cat lying there, Alas, I really envy you cats. They eat, sleep and eat. They don't have to worry about anything. Chapter 136. The reason why Zhong Yan liked cats could be traced back to when he first moved here. A single-parent family formed a new home with another single-parent family, but Zhong Yan didn't have any sense of belonging to this new home. That age was the rebellious period where metaphysical, psychological activities and physical activities coexisted. Jing Tan didn't know what Zhong Yan had encountered. Every family had its own difficulties, and Zhong Yan didn't go into detail. However, Jing Tan could guess from Zhong Yan's words and expressions that it was definitely not a good memory. At that time, Zhong Yan, who had just quarreled with his mother, ran out of the building and stayed in the corner of the neighborhood wall to vent his anger. The slanted sunlight made the wall cast a black shadow on the ground. Zhong Yan hid in the shadow of the corner of the wall. He was only 1 step away from the sunlight, but he still didn't want to take half a step. The more Zhong Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He wiped his red eyes and suddenly found the outline of a cat in the shadow of the wall. Turning his head to look, the glaring backlight made Zhong Yan dazed for a moment. Standing on the narrow wall, the cat looked down at the people under the wall casually, as if nothing could disturb its mood. Raising his hand to block the sunlight, Zhong Yan retreated away from the wall. Looking at it from a different angle, without the glare of the sun, Zhong Yan saw that the cat was looking at him. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, the cat narrowed its eyes, turned its head, and continued to walk forward. When the cat stood in the sunlight and narrowed its eyes, Zhong Yan felt a pleasant warmth surround his body, as if the whole world was smiling. He stood in the same place and watched the cat walk further and further away under the sunlight. When Zhong Yan was in his neighborhood, he always seemed to be wearing a mask. He only showed a little of his true nature when he was playing with the cat. In contrast, Zheng Tan could see Zhong Yan's perfunctory attitude when facing his mother and brother. The people around him always liked to compare Zhong Yan with his half-brother. To sum it up in one word, it was pale in comparison. They felt that Zhong Yan couldn't compare to his brother in any way. The human heart is too complicated. You cats don't understand? Actually, I don't understand it either. I just feel helpless. You tell me, every time I grow a pair of wings, they break them. Why do they despise me for not being able to fly high or far? Little kitten, can you understand how I felt when I desperately studied to prove my ability and happily showed my middle school exam results to them, only to be told that I was not allowed to go to Chuhua affiliated high school and had to go to another ordinary high school with my so-called brother? When it came to science, I wanted to choose liberal arts, but the man said that it was not good to study liberal arts. As a well-known physics teacher, he would lose face if he said that, so I was called a science student. So, later on I thought, why should I be in such a hurry to prove myself? What was the point of letting himself fall and bleed? Sometimes, being too outstanding might not be a good thing. With that said, Zhong Yan picked up a small stone next to him, looked at Zheng Tan and asked, "Do you know the speed of the universe?" Zheng Tan. Cosmic speed? What the hell was that? It sounded very profound, but it sounded a little familiar. Zhong Yan casually threw the stone in his hand up. The stone drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. This speed can only allow it to do this kind of movement. An intercontinental missile can cross thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers and land in another place. An artificial Earth satellite that has reached the first cosmic speed can leave the ground and orbit the Earth. When it reaches the second cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Earth's gravity. When it reaches the third cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Sun's gravity and leave the solar system to enter the wider universe. When it reaches the fourth cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Milky Way's gravity and fly out of the Milky Way. However, before it leaves, it has to consider aerodynamic heating and atmospheric resistance, as well as other factors that may affect the result, to reduce the risk. Zhong Yan was talking to himself, but Zheng Tan was a little scared when he heard it. And to talk about the cosmic speed to a cat, Zheng Tan felt that the kid in front of him was quite similar to Jiao Pa. And these words obviously implied other meanings, but he didn't know who this guy was alluding to. At the same time, Zheng Tan could also tell from these words that Zhong Yan, this kid, was definitely not a pure and harmless person. This kid was very likely hiding his true strength, and he had been hiding it for 3 years. He really could hold it in. Zheng Tan couldn't imagine that such a teenage kid had been hiding his true strength since the first day of high school. There were many things that Zhong Yan couldn't let others know. Even Brother Ning, who had helped him many times, didn't know. But when there were too many things to keep in one's heart for too long, one would become crazy. Moreover, Zhong Yan was just a teenage student, not an old fox who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, so he had to find someone to talk to. So, the surrounding cats entered the role of listening. Zheng Tan just happened to be one of them. To others, talking to a cat must be a little crazy. No wonder the people in the neighborhood looked at Zhong Yan a little strangely. No wonder his mother was always hostile to cats. Zhong Yan had obviously been holding it in for a long time, and Zheng Tan wasn't like other cats who would run away or fall asleep after listening for a while. So, the more Zhong Yan talked, the more he talked, from escape speed to future plans, from the doctrine of the mean, to adapt to the situation, to the pleasure of being a dark horse in the college entrance examination. Don't talk about the 3 years of high school. After all these years of studying, no matter how much effort you put in, the final evaluation is the result of the college entrance examination. If you do well, it means that you worked hard. If you are smart, you will understand in the future. If you don't do well, you are a failure. I have to thank them that they don't like to add a subject when they talk to me, so I pretend that I didn't hear those harsh words. Anyway, they didn't add a subject, and they didn't mention me by name. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. The contents of the subject, the verb, the object, and the condition were all returned to him by the teacher. Now, Zheng Tan only knew the general meaning of the subject and understood a little of the feelings that Zhong Yan was trying to express. As for Zhong Yan, to put it nicely, this guy didn't forget to find opportunities to step on others when he was wearing the skin of the doctrine of the mean. Just now, Zhong Yan talked about using hydrogen peroxide, potassium iodide, and detergent to punish his half-brother. In the end, no one put the suspect on him. This guy was perverted, thick-skinned, and shameless enough. Maybe it was because of his past experience that Zhong Yan's temperament became what it was today. This guy obviously wanted to leave his current family. What about after the college entrance examination? What about his future plans? He probably had his own arrangements. Whether the plan was mature or not, Zheng Tan just admired this guy's endurance. People like this always made people afraid. In the future, when he grew up, who knew what he would become? After sharing his secret, Zhong Yan picked up the pebble by his feet and threw it into the distance with all his might. The stone left Zhong Yan's hand and drew a long parabola in the air before landing behind a temporary worker's house. F*CK, who the F*CK threw it? Zhong Yan turned and ran when he heard the voice. After running 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan only heard the noise over there. Seeing Zhong Yan's nervous look, he knew that he probably hit someone not to be trifled with. He got up and ran out of the alley with Zhong Yan. He really didn't know if this guy's luck was good or bad. Even like this, he could hit a hot-tempered person in charge of the construction site. After running out of the alley, Zhong Yan leaned against a telephone pole and panted. He looked at the black cat that was looking left and right and said, "That person has a bad temper. I heard that he was somewhat famous in the underworld. Sigh, my luck is really bad. I didn't expect to hit that guy. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Otherwise, my plan to come work during the winter break would be ruined." After resting for a while, Zhong Yan patted the dust off his clothes, looked at the sky, and walked towards the neighborhood where his family lived. Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall. It was time to go home for dinner. "I really envy you cats." Zhong Yan slowly moved his feet. He was very reluctant to go home. Was it good to be a cat? If Zheng Tan could speak, he would definitely tell Zhong Yan his personal experience. People always thought that cats could entertain themselves. They could play with their own tails and claws for half a day like schizophrenics. They always seemed to be carefree. However, many people didn't know that cats also had worries. Cats could be anxious and anxious. It was just that many people couldn't see it. After dinner, the Jiaopa answered a phone call. He then said to Zheng Tan, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, "Black Charcoal, come here. Mr. Fong has something to say to you." Zheng Tan was watching a soap opera with the Jiaoma. Today, it happened to be about 2 single-parent families. It was rare that he didn't fall asleep. On the TV, the child was crying hysterically because he was scolded. His nose was almost flowing to his mouth. When he cried, he even spat out a bubble. Zheng Tan wondered if Zhong Yan was like this when he heard the Jiaopa's call. Third Master Fong? Why would he call at this time? Since the last time he saw Tong Qing, Zheng Tan hadn't heard any news about Fong Xiaokong for a while. The Jiaopa pressed the speaker. Zheng Tan jumped onto the table, squatted next to the phone, and raised his paw to make a sound to let the other party know that he was listening. "Black Charcoal, I've been busy recently. I didn't have time to take care of you. I'll give you a surprise later. However, you have to do me a favor. One day before New Year's Eve. You have to make some preparations then." The third Master Fong's words were half for Zheng Tan and half for the Jiaopa. The so-called preparation was to inform the Jiao family. It wouldn't be too abrupt when the time came. Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the surprise that Fong Xiaokong mentioned. With Fong Xiaokong's personality, this surprise would definitely not be ordinary. Before Zheng Tan and the Jiaopa could react, the other party hurriedly hung up the phone. The third Master Fong did seem to be very busy recently. Chapter 137. It was January, and the calendar in the living room had been changed to a new one. According to the Gregorian calendar, a year had already passed. In the past year, Zheng Tan had experienced a lot and met a lot of people. His mood had been fluctuating, but when he thought about it carefully, he still dozed off most of the time. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was now a cat. After yawning and stretching, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree. It was winter break again. Some of the primary and secondary school students had gone home for the holidays. Little Pamela was at home doing her winter homework, and Jiao Yuan ran out to play. This year, he was going back to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's hometown. Last year, because of Jiao Ma's injury, he stayed in Chuhua City to celebrate Chinese New Year. According to Jiao Yuan, celebrating Chinese New Year in Chuhua City didn't feel like the Chinese New Year. Zheng Tan didn't know what the so-called more Chinese New Year meant. He was looking forward to driving to that small town to celebrate the Chinese New Year. He wondered what the little guy he saved from the human traffickers looked like. Tsk, forget it. It's better not to meet him. A naughty kid will be a naughty kid. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan looked at the courtyard. Depang was taken to visit relatives. Huang and the sheriff were staring at a Xianxia. Not far away, a gray magpie was jumping. Huang and the sheriff ignored it. They probably thought that Xianxia was rare, so they changed their target to this bird with a long beak. As for gray magpies, who knew how many of them were caught throughout the year? Many birds in the school were harmed by them. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in catching birds. After thinking about it, he decided to take a walk around the construction site. He would just treat it as an after-lunch stroll. Originally, he could have taken a shortcut and taken the other side door, which was the one he had taken with peanut candy. However, Zheng Tan thought about it and decided to take the road to Jiao Yuan School. Although it was a long detour, Zheng Tan wanted to see how Zhong Yan was doing. During this period of time, Zheng Tan often went there, but he didn't meet Zhong Yan. The third year of high school had a tight schedule. Other than the monthly holidays set by their school, Zheng Tan left home early in the morning and returned home after evening self-study. During these two periods, Zheng Tan stayed in the Jiao family and didn't go out. It was difficult for him to meet Zhong Yan. But that kid should be on vacation now. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather and lack of sunshine, but there were fewer cats outside. Zheng Tan walked on the wall and didn't see many cats. Jiao Yuan School was much quieter. Walking past the middle school, Zheng Tan arrived at Zhong Yan's neighborhood. He looked at the kid's house, but it seemed like there was no one there. He didn't hear any sound. Forget it. If I can't touch him, I won't touch him. After Zheng Tan left the neighborhood, he walked along the alley to the construction site. In 2 or 3 weeks, there were obvious changes in the area. Although the building wasn't built yet, it wasn't like before where there were signs of demolition and debris everywhere. Blue construction boards were also erected. Zheng Tan looked at the advertising billboards next to him. There was the name of Yi Hao's company on it, but Zheng Tan's main purpose wasn't to look at the company's name. He wanted to find a suitable place to observe from afar, but after looking around he didn't find a suitable spot. Last time, a suitable billboard had been moved, and today, he couldn't find a replacement. The construction site was definitely not a safe place for cats and they might be caught by the workers to drink with them. However, Zheng Tan didn't have too many scruples. If any of them came over, Zheng Tan wouldn't mind making a big deal out of it. Anyway, Yi Hao would only punish that worker if he wanted to punish them. Zheng Tan knew that he had a backer, so he dared to come to the construction site so blatantly. Of course, Zheng Tan didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to see how this place developed step by step. Just like what the Jiaopa said, seeing new things often made memories more meaningful, and time would slow down. Moreover, this place had been designated by Zheng Tan as his own territory. He had nothing to do anyway, so he came over to take a look from time to time. Just as he was thinking about where to observe the progress of the construction site, Zheng Tan suddenly heard someone shouting Zhong Yan with a bit of a foreign dialect. Zheng Tan wasn't very sure, but he still decided to take a look. If Zhong Yan had finished his exams and was on vacation, he should have come to the construction site to work. Next to the blue construction boards was a large truck that was used to transport stone and soil. Zheng Tan jumped on the roof of the truck and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a temporary rest house built over there, and several people were eating with boxed lunches, including Zhong Yan. The guy was wearing the same work clothes as the others, with a hard hat. He was dirty all over, sitting on a stone and eating his lunch quickly. Occasionally, he would say a few words to the few people next to him. Brother Ning was also next to him. With his care, the others wouldn't bully Zhong Yan, a newcomer. Zhong Yan's mouth was stuffed with food, and it didn't taste good. If one looked carefully, there was a little dust in the food. This was the case on the construction site. No matter how clean the food was, it would be dusty after a while. Today, the wind was still a little strong, and this situation was even more serious. Things had just been moved in the rest house, so there were suspended particles everywhere, which was worse than outside. This was also the reason why they all sat outside to eat. Of course, when one was hungry, everything was delicacies. Today's work was rushed, so the meal time was delayed. Now everyone was very hungry, and no one cared about the dust in the food. When Zhong Yan was eating, he noticed Zheng Tan. The truck outside was taller than the other side of the road, so Zhong Yan could see the black cat looking in his direction. After seeing Zheng Tan, Zhong Yan quickly ate a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and threw the empty lunchbox aside. He said goodbye to Brother Ning, and then walked toward Zheng Tan. The truck outside was about to drive away. Zheng Tan originally planned to leave after a few glances, but he didn't expect to see Zhong Yan, and this guy was walking over here. Zheng Tan simply jumped directly from the top of the truck into the construction site. Now the construction site hadn't been built yet, so it felt a little monotonous. "Hey, why are you here?" Zhong Yan recognized the black cat in front of him. Although he had seen more than one black cat, this one left the deepest impression on him. Later, because he spent most of his time in school, he didn't see this cat again. "Hey, this cat is here again?" Brother Ning came over and said. "Again?" Zhong Yan was confused. "Yes, this cat has been here several times this month. A few days ago, the billboard in the south hadn't been torn down yet, and this cat was squatting on it and staring at the construction site, like a supervisor." Brother Ning joked. Several times when they had dinner and drinks at the construction site, someone had proposed to catch this cat to go with the drinks. Anyway, no one knew. It was he who recognized this cat, so that the people below would not have any bad ideas. But this cat is too conspicuous to stay at the construction site like this. It's easy to get into trouble. You know, some people who work here often do this kind of thing. Fortunately, this cat is in my area, or it would have been caught and drunk in another place. Brother Ning said. Zheng Tan glanced at Brother Ning and continued to observe the construction site. Brother Ning was talking and laughing, but after being glanced at by the black cat in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. What was this cat's look just now? Despise? Did cats have such a look? Shaking his head, Brother Ning thought that he must be too tired recently. It must be an illusion just now. It was just a cat. Several cars outside were dragging things in, and dust was flying everywhere. There was still some rest time. After Zhong Yan told Brother Ning, he took Zheng Tan to the temporary resting place, poured a glass of water and put it in front of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at the disposable plastic cup and then looked at the water dispenser. It was clean. After running so far, he was indeed thirsty. Zheng Tan put his head into the plastic cup to drink some water and observed the layout of the temporary resting place. There was nothing special, but the surrounding air was really bad, and everywhere was gray. Hey, isn't this the cat that looks like a supervisor? Several people sitting in the room said after seeing Zheng Tan. Although they felt that it was a waste for Zhong Yan to pour water from the water dispenser to a cat, they would not say anything because Zhong Yan was protected by Brother Ning. These were all small things, and there was no need to care about them. A person who had not finished his meal threw a fishtail in the bowl over, but Zheng Tan did not even look at the fishtail. Hey, this cat doesn't even eat fish? It must be a pet given by a human. It will eat it after a few meals. Raising such a cat is really wasteful. A person next to them interrupted. Little Zhong, does this cat belong to you? Someone asked. No, it belongs to my neighbor. Zhong Yan did not say too much. In fact, he did not know where the cat came from either. While they were talking, a person came in from outside with a big plastic pot in his hand. However, the words printed on his work uniform were different from Zhong Yan's. Worker Lee, we don't have much water here. The water delivery person will come in the afternoon. You can only receive 1/3 of the water at most. Brother Ning accompanied him in and said. This worker Lee was about 40 years old. He was not in the same area as Zhong Yan, so he was not under Brother Ning's charge. He was not afraid of Brother Ning, and often looked down on others because he was older and had some people above him. As soon as worker Lee entered the room, he saw Zhong Yan holding a disposable plastic cup and giving water to a cat. He immediately started to talk. You are giving a stupid cat pure water from the water dispenser? Didn't you say that the water was running out and it was short of water? I see that you have quite a lot in stock. If so, I won't be polite. Also, is this cat to go with the wine? It just so happens that some of our people are hungry again recently. Remember to tell us when you want to kill the cat. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Worker Lee went to the water dispenser and started to fill the big jug with water. If he did that, the people here would be thirsty later. Brother Ning hurried over to stop him. What? Worker Lee, I can't compare to a cat? Do you think I am a beggar with such little water? Little Ning, I don't mean to criticize you. Worker Lee was getting more and more excited. He scolded Brother Ning in front of so many people in his area. Obviously, he did not give Brother Ning any face. However, Brother Ning was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would rush forward with a steel pipe no matter what the situation was. He stopped Zhong Yan, who was about to explain, and several others who looked angry and were about to speak. He knew engineerly. If Zhong Yan and others spoke, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Brother Ning took a deep breath and was about to defend himself. He had no choice. The bastard had someone above him. Although he also had someone above him, otherwise he would not be the person in charge of this area. But if the situation was not serious, there was no need to go to the top. Before Brother Ning opened his mouth, someone outside called Brother Ning's name. Hearing this person's voice, Brother Ning and Worker Lee's expressions changed. Worker Lee did not even take the water. He immediately put the jug aside, tidied up his clothes, patted the dust off his body, and went out with a humble smile on his face. Before Brother Ning went out, he made a gesture to several people. Some of the people who followed Brother Ning in this area were old acquaintances. They knew the meaning of Brother Ning's gesture. The people who were angry just now and looked like they would rush up and start a fight the next moment changed their attitude instantly. Zhong Yan, who had only worked here for a few days, was a little confused. The people next to him whispered to him that a big shot was coming and he should behave himself. Little Zhong, the cat. Someone reminded him in a low voice. Was it the boss that Brother Ning mentioned? Thinking of Brother Ning's words, Little Zhong was anxious and was about to put the cat into the cardboard box in the corner. Zheng Tan avoided Zhong Yan's outstretched hand and came to the back of the square table made of wood in the middle. Zhong Yan wanted to go over again, but it was too late. The people outside came in. The person who came in first was also in his 40s. He said a few words to the people next to him and asked about the recent progress here. Judging from the voice, it was this person who called Brother Ning's name just now. Is this the big shot? He seemed to be easy to talk to. Little Zhong was a little nervous. He knew that he could not judge a person by his appearance. The first impression was not everything. He only hoped that this person would leave as soon as he saw him. Unfortunately, things were different from what Little Zhong thought. The people outside all came in. Brother Ning was not as strong as before. Worker Lee also put away his arrogant look and was a little respectful and careful. And the person who was surrounded in the middle was the boss, that Brother Ning once mentioned to Zhong Yan. When Zhong Yan saw this boss, his first impression was that this person was not easy to deal with. Although he wore a faint smile and looked gentle, Zhong Yan had an intuition that this person was a tough nut to crack. What should I do? Zhong Yan stood on the side and lowered his head, trying to block the cat behind the table. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan did not cooperate with him and jumped directly on the table. Zheng Tan heard the voice outside just now. Although Ran Qi only said one sentence, Zheng Tan still recognized him. Ran Qi had always been avoiding cats, but Zheng Tan knew that even if this person was afraid of cats, he would not do anything to him. Seeing the black cat jump on the table in the middle, not only Zhong Yan, but also Brother Ning and several other construction site workers wanted to spit out blood. Damn, This cat is too good at causing trouble. Brother Ning regretted that he allowed Zhong Yan to bring the cat in just now. At this time, Worker Li seized the opportunity to make fun of Brother Ning. He said sarcastically, "Oh, there is a black cat here. By the way, I just saw that the people here were feeding it the purified water from the water dispenser. Don't you think it is a waste?" Ran Qi, who had just stepped into the door with a faint smile on his face, saw the black cat squatting on the table, and his face cracked. They looked at each other speechlessly and could only cry. This sentence was somewhat appropriate for the situation. He was not moved, but angry and regretful. Chapter 138. Why are you all blocking the door? A voice came. Zheng Tan's ears twitched. Hey, another familiar face. Coming out today was the right choice. Maybe in the future, there would be no need to look for observation points or be on guard against the construction site workers with ulterior motives. He could come here openly. Hey, Brother Leopard, you're here too? Said the middle-aged man with a smiling face who had led the way. Many people here knew Ran Qi, but most of them didn't know Leopard. After all, Leopard didn't come here often, and Ran Qi was the one in charge of managing this place. What's going on? Asked Leopard. Leopard's expressionless face made the people around him very nervous. The people who had been crowding around the door all backed away, leaving only Ran Qi standing in the middle of the door. Without waiting for the man to explain, Leopard had already strode in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the black cat standing on the table in the middle of the room. Black charcoal? Why are you here? Leopard looked around and didn't see Celestine's shadow. According to the usual pattern, Celestine shouldn't be free today. Brother Leopard, you know this cat? The middle-aged man leading the way asked doubtfully. Yeah. Leopard didn't explain much. Leopard had only come today on a whim. They didn't know much about construction, but Yi Hao had said that now they were all outsiders and insiders. All they had to do was go around and supervise them. Whether they knew the industry or not was one thing, whether they went to check was another. This was a matter of attitude. Therefore, Ran Qi, who didn't know much about construction, and Leopard, who happened to be free today, came to wander around. They didn't expect to meet Zheng Tan. There were a lot of people around. Even if they didn't know the details, they could guess the general situation from Leopard's attitude. Leopard was expressionless just now, but now he was smiling. The others did not know, but Leopard and Ran Qi, who were always by Yi Hao's side, knew very well that the black cat had played an important role in being able to come into contact with the third Master Feng. Although it could not be said to have contributed much to the project, in terms of social interaction, it was thanks to the cat. Even Master Tang the Seventh had spoken. At that time, he had said, "You have to pay more attention to that black cat. Who knows, you might need its help in the future." Leopard did not quite understand how much help this cat could provide. No matter how great a cat's influence was, it would not be able to affect such a large project. But since Master Tang the Seventh had already spoken, all Leopard needed to do was to obey. Master Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao both had the same attitude, so it would not be wrong to do as they said. Zheng Tan ignored Leopard and Ran Qi. He stared coldly at Engineer Li. Leopard, who knew a little about the cat, could tell that the cat was not in a good mood. He glanced at the pale-faced Engineer Li and did not say anything. He just asked the surrounding workers to leave. It was time to go to work, and it was not a good idea to squeeze in here. Zhong Yan was also pulled away by Brother Ning. Only a few people who accompanied Ran Qi were left in the room, as well as Brother Ning, who had gone out to make arrangements for the work. The person who led the way told them what had just happened. Brother Ning added a few words. He did not exaggerate and was just telling the truth. Ran Qi kept a straight face and sat in the seat furthest away from Zheng Tan. Leopard did not care about it now. Although he used to think that the cat was evil, he did not care about anything else as long as it could help his people. After understanding the whole story, Leopard did not say anything. Ran Qi was the main person in charge here. Even if Ran Qi did not like cats, he could handle things well. After staying here for a few minutes, Ran Qi and Leopard went to check other places. Zheng Tan followed them. After the inspection, Leopard bought Zheng Tan a roast chicken. Zheng Tan only ate a bit of the drumstick. Although Zheng Tan was in a bad mood, a roast chicken was not enough to buy him over. Zheng Tan knew that Ran Qi and Leopard would solve the problem. He did not throw a tantrum. Everyone benefited from each other. There was no need to fight over a small matter. Zheng Tan knew this clearly. Leopard sometimes said a few words to Zheng Tan. This was all thanks to Celestine. Celestine had told Yi Hao, when facing this cat, you have to speak human language. You can't fool it like a pet that doesn't know anything. Ran Qi and Leopard were next to him at that time. They also heard this, but one had never practiced it, and the other was practicing it for the first time. Could a cat understand human language? Leopard did not think so before, but now he was hesitant. After eating and drinking, Zheng Tan went home to sleep. Ran Qi and Leopard, who had finished their inspection at the construction site, also went back to report to Yi Hao what had happened today. That cat is everywhere. Yi Hao rubbed his forehead. 2 days later, Celestine drove Leopard to the eastern courtyard. It was almost New Year's Eve. Although New Year's Eve did not mean much to the people in the city, it gave some people an excuse to solve some interpersonal problems. Leopard was ordered by Yi Hao to come and take a look. With Celestine there, it was more convenient. After all, the Jiao family did not know Leopard. However, when Celestine's car drove into the courtyard, he saw a car parked in front of Building B. The third Master Fong was standing there, proudly saying something. Early in the morning, the Jiao Pa received a call from the third Master Fong, saying that he would come over. Zheng Tan looked at the calendar. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. He was on time. When the third Master Fong came over in the car, he did not go upstairs. Instead, he asked Zheng Tan to go downstairs. When the third Master Fong opened the car door proudly, Zheng Tan saw a small car. He could not take his eyes off it. It was smaller than the kind of car that children drove. It was designed to look like an off-road vehicle. It was convertible, and the steering wheel was relatively big. He did not know how it would look like. Zheng Tan was happy. He suddenly felt that the third Master Fong was a good person. He was very considerate. No wonder Tong Qing appeared at the place where the Jiao Wei and the others had their sports car. He knew that Zheng Tan liked cars, so he asked someone to make it for him. What do you think? Not bad, right? Do you want to drive it out? The third Master Fong leaned against the car door, shaking his legs. He was as smug as he could be. Leopard and Celestine's jaws almost fell out. Was this the third Master Fong? Was this really the third Master Fong? Fong Xiaokong glanced at Celestine's car, but he did not plan to pay attention to it. Instead, he said to Zheng Tan, "The weather is good today. Let's go for a drive. But you have to do me a favor." Zheng Tan was very happy with the car in front of him. The car was in the back seat, and the space was too narrow. Zheng Tan squatted on the car to feel it. He could not drive, and his heart was itching. Besides, he was very grateful to Fong Xiaokong. Since he could help, he would do it. As long as it was not life-threatening and he did not have to do anything perverted, it was fine. Celestine and Leopard opened their mouths and watched the 4 cars drive away. As for Zheng Tan, he did not notice Celestine and Leopard at all. Tong Qing had blocked their view, and after getting in the car, he only cared about the car. He completely ignored Celestine. That little bastard who despises the poor and loves the rich. Celestine scolded jokingly. Celestine was only joking, but Leopard was already irritated. He never knew that the third Master Fong had such a side to him. He treated him like a familiar person or a friend, and not like a business partner. Fong Xiaokong sat in the front passenger seat and told Zheng Tan what they were going to do today. There was nothing else. In summary, drive around and play with the children. Their destination was Old Lu's house. Old Lu's house was a large villa, and the backyard was big enough for Zheng Tan to drive around. Lu Yao's little friend did not seem to be doing well recently. Old Lu was annoyed. Today, Fong Xiaokong said that he would bring the cat over to play. Old Lu purposely turned down some work and waited at home. When they arrived at their destination, Old Lu and Lu Yao both came out to greet them. Steamed Bun followed behind them. After not seeing him for so long, Steamed Bun had grown a lot, but Zheng Tan still felt that this guy looked a little silly. When Lu Yao saw Zheng Tan, his eyes lit up. Today, his dad told him that the black cat would come over to play with him. Early in the morning, he took out his favorite toy car. It was big enough for 2 cats to run around on it. However, when Tong Qing pulled out the custom-made car from the car, Lu Yao's expression became surprised. He looked at the car, and then looked at the black cat that could not wait to jump into the car. Was this a competition? Zheng Tan did not think too much about it. There were no outsiders on private property, so he could let loose. The usage of the car was actually very simple. Zheng Tan used to play with cars, so even if he was driving a toy car, he could handle it. He put 2 paws on the steering wheel, and the brake was just a button. He did not need to use his legs at all. It was an electric car. After pressing the start button, the car began to run. Zheng Tan controlled the steering wheel and excitedly drove the first exclusive cat car since he turned into a cat. Lu Yao recovered from his surprise and immediately controlled the remote control in his hand to let his toy car catch up. As for Steamed Bun, he ran happily and jumped between the 2 cars. Tong Qing followed behind them just in case. He had previously doubted that a cat could drive such a car, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a cat. This cat could drive a car on its first try. No, it could drive a car on its first try. It had to be said that this cat was really amazing. However, this cat was special and could not be judged by common sense. As for what Fang Xiaokong said to old Lu about, this cat was trained, it was pure nonsense. Fang Xiaokong and old Lu sat on the side. Someone would take care of the child, so they just had to sit there and watch. At the same time, they would talk about some business. At first, old Lu was a little absent-minded. Most of his attention was on Lu Yao. His heart ached for his son, who was sweating from running. He was worried that his son would fall sick or be tired. However, when he saw Lu Yao laugh, he was relieved. He was very pleased. People always said that they despised naughty children, but in their hearts, they still felt that children at this age should run and jump. They were a little naughty, but they were healthy. On the contrary, children who were too obedient would make people feel uneasy, especially when Lu Yao was silent and gloomy. He did not look like a child at all. Children should be more naive. How could they have such an expression? Now, Lu Yao was running like a normal child. He could run, jump, and laugh. This kind of Lu Yao almost made old Lu cry. Chapter 139. After Lu Yao was tired from running around, he sat down to rest. Naturally, someone came over to bring him water and wipe his sweat. Looking at his son, who was no longer so gloomy and full of energy, old Lu was grinning from ear to ear. In terms of business, it was not easy to get old Lu to relent. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. This time, Third Master Fang chose a non-violent method. Even a businessman had to repay a debt of gratitude. The conversation between the Third Master Fang and old Lu went much smoother. Zheng Tan had also successfully completed his task. He did not need to do too much research. Looking at the bright smile on the Third Master Fang's face, he knew that he had achieved his goal. Zheng Tan walked around the car and looked at it again. The logo of the car was a cat's head, a black cat's head. There was also a cat's tail drawn on the back of the car. Now, with the addition of Zheng Tan's cat, it was a real cat car. Even though the car was not as flashy as he had imagined, and it was not as exciting as a real car, at most, it was just a special toy car. Zheng Tan could not even drive it on the streets in broad daylight, but at least he had fulfilled one of his dreams. Zheng Tan was very grateful for Third Master Fang's thoughtfulness. After she was done playing, she remembered her mission. She would have to continue playing with Lu Yao. Luckily, this was a simple mission and she did not have to worry too much about it. When the Third Master Fang left with Zheng Tan in the afternoon, Lu Yao seemed to be very reluctant. Old Lu wanted to ask the Third Master Fang to give him the cat for a price, but the Third Master Fang's words seemed to indicate that he did not want to. Therefore, old Lu was thinking about when to buy a cat. However, it had to be a cat that could get along well with Steamed Bun and make his son happy. It was not easy. Zheng Tan did not care what old Lu was thinking. He was thinking about where to put the cat car if the Third Master Fang really gave him the cat car. Moreover, it was very difficult to carry it up and down. The cat car was not very light. However, before Zheng Tan could make a decision, Tong Qing drove back to Tsinghua University. He didn't drive straight to the East District courtyard. Instead, he drove to the engineering department building. Tong Qing carried the car while Fang Xiaokong brought Zheng Tan to look for Qing Zhong. Only then did Zheng Tan realize that his cat carriage was made by this senior brother Cheng. This was good too. If there were any problems with the car, it would be convenient to find someone to solve it. The car still needed to be modified. Today was just a test. Jing Tan couldn't get the car for the time being. In a few days, the Jiao family would be going back to their hometown. They would have to wait until after the Lunar New Year to get the car. After all, the Lunar New Year was just a few days away. Anyway, even if he got the car, he couldn't drive it. He couldn't be too ostentatious. After thinking about it, Jing Tan calmed down. Over the next few days, Jing Tan walked around when he had nothing to do. He went to the construction site again and went directly to the area where Zhong Yan was to look for him. This time, not to mention the other workers in the area, even Brother Ning's attitude towards Jing Tan was very good. He didn't have any objections to Zhong Yan feeding the cat water from the water dispenser. The people at the construction site were busy, but they were also very gossipy. Since the last time, some people often talked about Jing Tan. Some people said that it was the cat of the boss's boss. Some people said that it was the cat of a big shot that the boss knew. There were many different opinions, but in conclusion, this cat was not to be messed with. These days, a cat could be worth much more than a person. No matter what breed the cat was, if you wanted to beat a cat, you had to look at who it was. And Zhong Yan had also gained a foothold in the construction site by accident. It was said that he had been talked to by the boss, and even his salary had been increased. Although as a temporary worker, his salary was still not as good as the other regular workers, it was much better than before. No one at the construction site came to trouble Zhong Yan. Some people even took the initiative to get close to him, hoping to find out some secrets from him. Unfortunately, they didn't find out anything. Even Zhong Yan himself didn't know what kind of powerful background the black cat had. Jing Tan was the only cat on the construction site that was openly wandering around. At first, many people were skeptical and opposed. The construction site was not a backyard, and accidents were easy to happen. They looked at the cat as if they were looking at a time bomb. But later, they found that their worries were unnecessary. When they saw Jing Tan again, the people in charge acted as if they didn't see it. The boss had told them that as long as the cat didn't cause any trouble, it could do whatever it wanted. Grandpa Jiao had been calling to urge Xianxia since Lunar New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, the Jiaopa had something to do and had to stay for a few more days. The last time Jing Tan went back with the Jiaopa, they went to the house in the town near their hometown. This time, they went directly to the old house in the village. Grandpa Jiao said that the rooms in the old house had been tidied up, and they could move in as soon as they went back. Grandpa Jiao also emphasized that the cat bed was ready, so there was no need to worry about the cat not having a place to sleep. On the morning of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the Jiao family took their packed luggage and drove out of the school gate. Jiao Wei's family went home on Lunar New Year's Eve. Business had been good for the past 6 months, and Jiao Wei's parents had planned to buy a house nearby in the next 2 years. They could still see them when they went back to the Jiaopa's hometown. Not long after they left the school gate, they ran into a red light at the crossroad. On the wide road, 3 cars were parked side by side at the zebra crossing. The cars on the left and right had just driven out of Tsinghua University. Jing Tan didn't know the people in the cars, so the Jiaopa said a few words to them. Because the windows of the driver's seats were all open, Jing Tan could hear the conversation in the cars on both sides. The people in the car on the left were talking about space-time bending and the Hubble redshift, while the people in the car on the right were talking about the flow mosaic model of cell membranes and the endosymbiotic origin of mitochondria and chloroplasts. Jing Tan's ears twitched. Forget it, I'll just watch the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo play chess. There was a bit of a traffic jam in the city, but it was much better when they got on the highway. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were playing chess more comfortably. Little Pomelo was a newbie, and she hadn't been playing chess for long. The Jiao Yuan suggested this because he felt bored in the car. To show fairness, the Jiao Yuan gave little Pomelo a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. Jiao Ma sat in the passenger seat, looking back from time to time and guiding little Pomelo. Jing Tan had never played chess before. Even if he was introduced to chess at the same time as little Pomelo, he was still a newbie, so he couldn't help much. He could only watch them play. When he was tired, he looked at the road signs beside the highway and calculated how long it would take to reach the destination. The cannon general has no chess pieces, little Pomelo said calmly. Zheng Tan's eyes moved from the road signs outside the car to the chess game on the seat. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. The game hadn't started for long, and the Jiao Yuan was already defeated by little Pomelo. Jiao Yuan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The game hadn't started for long and he was already defeated? He was even defeated by a cannon. Suddenly, Jiao Yuan felt very embarrassed. He scratched his ears and cheeks. Seeing this, Mother Jiao laughed and briefly explained the game to Father Jiao. Many veterans are easily defeated by a cannon when they play against a newbie. Your father was the same. I was invited by an elder in the village to play chess with him. He also gave me a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. It was my first time playing against such a veteran, so I was excited and nervous. But not long after, the elder was defeated by a cannon. I still feel happy when I think about it. Father Jiao talked about his experience in the past. He still remembered that the elder's face turned red when he was killed by the heavy artillery not long after the game started. Who asked that elder to underestimate the enemy? But I only won that one time. After that, I didn't win against him again. Every time I went back to play chess with him, I never won. But now, the old man doesn't allow me to play rook, horse, and cannon. He only allows me to play rook, horse, and cannon. That's my improvement. Jiao Yuan rearranged the chess pieces and started another game. This time, he won 5-1. Just like what Jiao Pa said, Jiao Yuan lost the first time because he underestimated his opponent. After that, Jiao Yuan became more cautious. Little Pomelo was still a newbie, so the result was predictable. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were tired of playing chess when they saw the road signs on the side of the highway. They put away their chess pieces and looked at the scenery outside. Less than 2 minutes later, the car stopped. There was an accident in front, and a long line of cars was stuck here. Seeing that they would not be able to leave anytime soon, some people who were carsick got out of their cars and ran to the side to vomit. Some people also got out of their cars and walked towards the accident site. They wanted to see the situation and ask how long it would take to clear the road. Jiao Pa also got out of his car and walked forward to ask about the situation. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo also had nothing to do in the car, so they walked around. Jing Tan also got out of his car to get some fresh air. There was a BMW parked behind Jiao Pa's car. An old man got out of his car and stood by the side of the highway. He had his hands behind his back and was lost in thought as he looked at the endless fields. A man in his 30s got out of the BMW and quickly walked to the old man to persuade him. Then, he helplessly came back and bumped into Jiao Pa, who was walking over. He asked about the situation in front. The driver is fine. The truck overturned, and the fruits inside were scattered everywhere. The traffic police are trying to clear the road. It will take about 10 minutes. Jiao Pa told him what he heard. Zheng Tan listened to the conversation between the Jiao Pa and the man. He did not expect that the man in the BMW was also from Huanyang. The two of them spoke in a dialect, and Zheng Tan could understand some of it now. It's been more than 10 years. I guess many people don't remember me. A few years after I brought the old man over, he said to me, "Can you come back and visit when you're successful?" The old man always felt that his roots were here. No matter how big the city was, how spacious the house was, how good the quality of life was, he would always miss it and want to come back. Unfortunately, the old man's health was not very good. He had undergone surgery and did not recover, so I did not dare to bring him back. After a few years of recuperation, I finally had this opportunity. This highway was not built back then. It was so troublesome to go out. The bumpy road made me want to vomit. It was rare to leave the hometown, but when the old man came back, his accent did not change. Perhaps this was the best way to describe the BMW man's feelings at the moment. This man was also one of the people who seized the opportunity to make a fortune during the turbulent era. Moreover, it did not matter if these people were involved in culture or business outside. When they returned to their hometown, they had to make a good show of themselves. It would not make sense if they did not have a good show of themselves. Just look at this BMW and you will know. In Jiao Pa's hometown, especially in the old house, many people's impression of famous cars was probably only BMW, Samsung, and Four Circles. In many people's eyes, There was not much difference between driving a Maybach and driving a Santera. If you wanted to show that you were returning to your hometown, you had to be more direct and consider the residents of your hometown. Chapter 140. Not long after the traffic was cleared, the car entered the boundary of Shenyang. After getting off the highway, the Jiaopa drove directly to the old house in the countryside instead of the road that led to the town. What made the Jiao family curious was that the BMW was following them. Although they knew that their destination was also Shenyang, Shenyang wasn't a small town, and the roads leading to different towns in Shenyang were different. However, up until now, they had been driving on the same route. Were they really from the same hometown? When the Jiaopa talked with them on the highway, they talked a lot, but they didn't tell them where their real destination was or what their names were. The Jiao family was just curious. They didn't think that those people were plotting against them. After all, they didn't look like they were short of money. Just like the Jiao family, the people in the BMW behind them were also surprised. They didn't expect that they would be driving on the same route. Half an hour later, when they were about to reach the Jiao family's old house, the BMW made a turn and separated from the Jiao family's car. "I guess they're from the neighboring village," the Jiaopa said. As for whether the BMW behind them was from the neighboring village, they didn't have much interest in it. They were about to arrive at the old house. The Jiao Yuan hadn't been here for nearly 2 years. Before the family bought a car, the Jiaopa had something to do and didn't bring the Jiao Yuan with him. Therefore, for the Jiao Yuan, this place was a distant memory. "Hey, there's a department store over there." The Jiao Yuan pointed at a department store that they had just passed by. A department store of this scale was nothing in Chuhua City, but it was a big store here. It was convenient for many people. Yes, it was built at the end of last year. The Jiaopa told the Jiao Yuan about the changes in the past 2 years. Little Pamela was a little nervous. She wasn't familiar with the people here, and she had never been here before. The surrounding area was still farmland. When they were about to reach the entrance of the village where the old house was located, they saw an old man standing at the entrance. A big yellow dog was walking around the old man. "Grandpa!" Jiao Yuan waved at him through the open car window. Grandpa Jiao, who was standing at the intersection, was grinning from ear to ear. The Jiaopa stopped the car and let Grandpa Jiao get in. After all, there was still some distance from here to the old house. They couldn't just drive away and leave Grandpa Jiao behind, right? Grandpa Jiao thought about it and got into the car. Before he got into the car, he said to the big yellow dog outside, "You follow him outside." The Grandpa Jiao's action of getting into the car made Big Yellow puzzled. Just as he was about to approach Grandpa Jiao, a black cat's head popped out of the car window and meowed. "Woof woof 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 woof." Zheng Tan leaned against the car window and looked at the big yellow dog outside. He shook his ears and ignored its barks. "Wow, black charcoal is so calm. I forgot to tell you about Lai Fu. I thought it would be better to do an experiment and see how black charcoal would react when he sees Lai Fu. I didn't expect this cat to not be afraid at all." Grandpa Jiao's big yellow dog was called Lai Fu. He had been raising it for almost a year. It was a common breed in this area. That's right. Our black charcoal always plays with the dogs in the compound. There's a Saint Bernard that's so big, much bigger than Lai Fu. When it sees black charcoal, it will retreat like the plague. "Heh, that's a good idiom," old Master Jiao praised with a smile. "Grandpa, you're so knowledgeable." Jiao Pa, who was driving, shook his head and let the grandfather and grandson continue to brag. Even if the big yellow dog didn't understand Grandpa Jiao's actions, when it saw the car start to move, it moved its attention away from Zheng Tan and chased after the car. After entering the village, the road leading to the old house was a bumpy dirt road. There were children and old people in the car, so the Jiao Pa drove slowly. The big yellow dog didn't get tired of chasing after them and often ran in front. Jiao Yuan looked at the big dog following outside the car from time to time and asked about it. In this village, there were many dogs with the same name in the village. In fact, many people raised dogs without naming them. They raised dogs to guard against thieves, to guard their houses, orchards, and weasels. As long as it was effective, they didn't care too much about the name. Moreover, there were many dogs and cats in the village that were raised freely. They were not as strictly guarded as in the city. Zheng Tan saw a few of them running freely on the muddy road or in the fields, wagging their tails. There are so many names. Aren't you afraid of calling the wrong name? Jiao Yuan asked. Hey, it's different. It only recognizes the voice of our family. It won't listen to other people. Grandpa Jiao was quite proud of himself. He was very confident in his dog. Jiao Yuan hadn't been here for 2 years, and he found that the village had changed a lot. Many people had built small houses, and the tiled houses with pointed roofs and chimneys were much fewer. Everyone was making money these days. A large number of people who went south to work could always bring some changes to their homes when they came back during the spring festival. The houses in the village were not as expensive as those in the city. Relatively speaking, they didn't need much money. But in this village, to make a fortune, one's house had become a way to show off. Many old people didn't farm much. They stayed at home to help take care of the children and play mahjong when they had nothing to do. Their children who went out to work earned some money every month to support the family. Jiao Pa had wanted to renovate the ancestral house. Many people in the village had built small houses, and he was afraid that the old people would feel uncomfortable if he didn't build one himself. However, Grandpa Jiao rejected the idea. He didn't want to tear down the ancestral house and build a small 2-story or 3-story house like other families. Grandpa Jiao was very attached to this old house. Even though he had a house in town, he and his wife still lived in the ancestral house most of the time. Many people in the ancestral house knew Jiao Pa. Even the university professors were in awe of him. They directly ignored the word deputy. In the village, everyone's attitude towards intellectuals and officials was obviously different from other people's. When they arrived at the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help move things. When Grandpa Jiao was cleaning the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help. In Chuhua City, it was Jiao Pa who helped them. So, in the ancestral house, Jiao Wei tried his best to take care of them. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, the big yellow dog started barking at him. After 2 barks, it changed its angle and continued barking. Many dogs were like this. The more you ran, the more they chased, and the more they chased, the more they ran. It was a vicious cycle. Usually, dogs that were tough on the outside or had some training and were smart enough would not bite randomly. Zheng Tan didn't run. First, he felt that the big yellow dog wouldn't bite him for the time being. Second, Grandpa Jiao was there. He wouldn't let the dog bite him. Sure enough, after being scolded by Grandpa Jiao, the big yellow dog was not happy, but it still gave up on Zheng Tan and ran to the kitchen with Grandpa Jiao. There were a lot of rooms in the ancestral house. After the old junk was cleared out, the empty rooms were for the 4 of them. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma shared a room, while Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo shared a room. They were all next to each other. Although Little Pomelo's surname was not Jiao, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao were very good to her. They put some small plants in the room to make it more lively. Little Pomelo had a big cat tree in her room. It was Grandpa Jiao's masterpiece. Since old Master Jiao did not know how to surf the internet, he asked someone to print out a picture from the internet and made a cat tree himself. It looked the same, and the material was of good quality. Zheng Tan stepped on it and felt that it had a good feel to it. At night, who would sleep on a cat tree when there was a bed? The cat tree was only used during the day for naps and lunch breaks. Jiao Wei's grandmother raised rabbits. He caught 2 palm-sized rabbits for Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo to play with. At first, Jiao Wei's grandmother was worried that Zheng Tan would do something bad to her rabbits. Later, she found that Zheng Tan wasn't interested in them at all, so she gradually relaxed. The next day, after breakfast, Grandpa Jiao went out to buy something. Grandma Jiao and Jiao Ma were marinating bacon at home. Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo helped them for a while, and then went to watch the rabbits at Jiao Wei's grandmother's house. Jiao Wei led them to the entrance of the rabbit hole and placed a canned food bottle. They tied the canned food bottle with a rope and held the other end of the rope in their hands to hide it. When the little rabbits came out of the hole, they would pull the rope. The canned food bottle would fall and block the hole. Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo would then run in to catch the little rabbits. After watching for a while, Zheng Tan felt a little bored and wanted to go back to the cat tree to take a nap. When he jumped onto the wall of Jiao Wei's house and was about to go back to the old house, he saw Jiao Pa walking out with a bag. He looked around as he went out. Zheng Tan, who was familiar with Jiao Pa's style, felt that the Jiao Pa was acting a little strange. Since he had nothing to do, he jumped off the wall and followed him. On the way, Zheng Tan saw a few cats lying on the haystack, basking in the sun. It was cold and the cats hid their paws well. They didn't bother to respond to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was exposed by a big dog. It kept barking when it saw Zheng Tan. Fortunately, it was tied up, otherwise it would definitely come up and fight with Zheng Tan. The Jiao Pa turned around and saw Zheng Tan. His expression was a little complicated. He sighed. Forget it. Follow him. Don't run around. There are a lot of dogs around here. Zheng Tan was even more confused. Who was the Jiao Pa looking for? He followed the Jiao Pa for 5 minutes and came to a brick house. Looking at the house, Xianxia guessed that it had a long history. The windows were papered over, and the house looked a little shabby. Compared to most of the houses in the village, this house didn't look very well off. The Jiao Pa stood not far away and looked at the house for a few seconds before walking over. The wooden door was open, and the sun shone in. Xianxia could see the dust floating in the air. There was a wooden deck chair at the door, and an old lady was lying on it. She seemed to be sleeping. She wasn't wearing the old clothes that Zheng Tan had imagined. Instead, she was wearing clothes made of good material. However, this person didn't care about her appearance. She was a very strange person. A tortoiseshell cat that was missing a leg was lying on the old lady's lap. It was much thinner than Li Yuanba. When it sensed that someone was coming, it moved its ears and opened its eyes a little. It glanced at the person and the cat, then closed its eyes again. It looked like it didn't want to pay attention to them. The Jiao Pa walked over and put down the things in his hands. There were some health products and daily necessities brought from Chuhua City. They weren't cheap. The old woman who seemed to be asleep on the recliner slowly opened her eyes. Although her face was full of wrinkles and she looked older than old Master Jiao, her eyes were bright and full of vigor. The old lady's gaze stopped on the Jiao Pa for a few seconds, then moved to Zheng Tan, who was standing beside the Jiao Pa's leg. Zheng Tan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously stepped back toward the Jiao Pa. This isn't the cat from back then, the old lady suddenly said. Chapter 141. Of course, after all, more than 20 years have passed. I don't know if the previous one is still around, but this cat is only 2 or 3 years old, said the Jiao Pa unexpectedly. The old lady shook her head. This cat is male. The previous one was female. The Jiao Pa was speechless. How come I didn't know that the previous one was female? Granny, you didn't mention it back then either. Not noticing the Jiao Pa's expression, Zheng Tan was just confused by the words of the person lying on the recliner. What the F***CK? How did this old lady know the gender of the cat? Zheng Tan remembered that when he came over, he had been facing this direction the whole time. Also, from a human's perspective, shouldn't he have looked behind to confirm the gender of the cat? Also, Zheng Tan had never been like other cats who showed their chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Zheng Tan's thoughts raced. He didn't expect this old lady to be so wretched. Is it scolding me? The old lady lying on the recliner looked at Zheng Tan and asked the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan was speechless. The Jiao Pa's face twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. The old lady didn't seem to want to wait for the Jiao Pa's answer. She changed the topic and asked, "Did you buy a car?" The Jiao Pa nodded. "Yes, I bought it a few months ago." "That's good." The old lady turned sideways and opened a cabinet next to the recliner. She took out a pendant from the drawer and handed it to the Jiao Pa. "This is for you." Zheng Tan glanced at the ordinary-looking pendant. The students around Chuhua University had many similar pendants on the street. They were only a few yuan worth of pendants, and the wholesale price was even cheaper. Although the old lady said, "For you," Zheng Tan thought that if the Jiao Pa hadn't brought a gift over, the old lady wouldn't have given him anything that was worth a few cents. After the Jiao Pa took the pendant and thanked the old lady smiled and showed her fake teeth. She pouted at Zheng Tan. "Take care of this cat. It's fate that we met, and it can bring us good fortune." Zheng Tan liked the last sentence. Yuan Zi said that cats could bring him good fortune. Thinking about it, Zheng Tan was a little proud. Although Father Jiao didn't really believe in those imaginary things, he had to admit that his cat had brought a lot of good luck to the family so far. Granny, please continue to rest. I won't disturb you any longer. Father Jiao prepared to leave. He knew that the old man had always been a man of few words, and that he would rest after talking for a while, so he decided not to stay any longer. Before you leave the village, bring the cat here again, said the old woman lying on the recliner. Although the Jiaopa didn't know what the old lady wanted to do, he nodded in agreement. Zheng Tan looked at the old lady and the cat, then turned and left with the Jiaopa. After the Jiaopa and Zheng Tan left, the old lady, who was lying on the chair with her eyes closed, sat up and stroked the cat on her lap. She continued to look for fleas for the cat. Oh, another big one. Next time, find a rat with fewer fleas to eat. The three-legged tortoise shook its ears. It wasn't sure if it understood the old lady. On the other side, Zheng Tan followed the Jiaopa out of the old lady's yard and walked on a different path. Seeing that the village was getting further and further away, Zheng Tan was very curious about what the Jiaopa wanted to do. He could tell that the Jiaopa was hiding something. There was a mountain near the village. It wasn't very big. After all, the area wasn't considered barren. Now that the mountain was being developed, it wasn't as wild as it was a few decades ago. Zheng Tan followed the Jiaopa to an orchard. The Jiaopa stood there and looked around. He sat down beside a tree and lit a cigarette. After smoking half of the cigarette, the Jiaopa said to Zheng Tan, who was squatting beside him in a daze, "Black charcoal, let me tell you a secret." After saying this, the Jiaopa paused and smiled. Actually, it's not really a secret. I told some people before, but they didn't believe me. This was what he was waiting for. Zheng Tan snapped out of his daze and pricked up his ears to listen to what the Jiaopa was going to say next. In the past, when I was still a child, I was even younger than little Pomelo. At that time, I was naughty. There was a rumor among the children that there was a treasure in the mountain. I went up the mountain with a few other children to search for it. However, we didn't find anything for a few days. Some of them gave up, but I didn't. So, one day, when my parents weren't looking, I went up the mountain alone. I didn't find anything for half a day. I was tired and hungry. After eating some bread, I lay down on the grass and slept. I didn't have much awareness of the danger. Now that I think about it, I was really courting death. When I woke up, the sky was getting dark. It was past dinner time. I was anxious and wanted to go home. However, I accidentally slipped down a steep slope and sprained my ankle. Misfortune never comes alone. After dragging my injured leg for a few steps, I fell into a hole. The hole was very deep. At least, it was difficult for me to climb out. Perhaps someone had buried something and dug it out, leaving the hole unfilled. At that time, I didn't have much strength, so I couldn't climb out. I shouted for a long time, but no one came to help. I dug the stones and mud on the wall to have a support point. When my fingers were bleeding, I heard a cat's meow from above the hole. Not long after, I saw a cat's head. It looked at me and left. Not long after, a thick straw rope was thrown down from above. I grabbed the straw rope and tried to climb up. At the same time, I felt someone pulling the rope. It wasn't very strong, but it helped me. When I climbed out of the hole, I found that it was a cat that was pulling the rope. The other end of the rope was stuck in a crack on a big stone near the hole. It was a very smart cat. After I climbed out, it ran away. Not long after, the old lady appeared. She told me that she found a black cat stealing the straw rope she used to tie the firewood. So, she followed it. During that special period, the old lady was ostracized by the villagers. No one was willing to interact with her. Jiaopa remembered that he and the other children in the village threw stones and mud at the old lady's small yard. Later, the old lady had no choice but to go up the mountain temporarily. She set up a small shed and lived there alone until the difficult period passed. Even now, Jiaopa still remembered the time he stayed in the hole. The hunger, fear, and the chill brought by the mountain wind. Later, the old lady found a cat's tooth on the straw rope. The cat broke it when it was biting and pulling. Jiaopa flicked the butt of his cigarette and looked into the distance. He continued to recall. The thick straw rope woven by the villagers was very strong. If it was bitten, it wouldn't break the tooth. However, if it was bitten and pulled with all its strength, then it would be hard to say. The cat's tooth might have broken when it pulled the straw rope from the pile of firewood, or it might have broken when it was being pulled. Either way, Jiao Pa was very grateful to it. However, after that, Jiao Pa never saw the black cat again. The old lady melted the rosin and put the cat's tooth in it. She made it into an artificial amber and gave it to me. I still have it. I'll show it to you when we get back, Jiao Pa said to Jing Tan. Nearly 30 years had passed. Jiao Pa knew that the cat in his memory was probably long gone. However, when he saw the black cat that his wife picked up for the first time, he suddenly remembered the cat from years ago. The black cat that walked through the night had a fearless look in its eyes even though it had to stand on the ground and look up at people. It even had a condescending and disdainful aura, just like a small leopard. Because of this, Jiao Pa, who had never agreed to keep a pet since they lived in the big city, finally relented after Jiao Ma brought Zheng Tan home. At that time, the panic of the epidemic had just passed, and there were still 2 children at home. Jiao Ma really didn't expect Jiao Pa to agree. The rest of the Jiao family didn't know the reason behind it either. When the old lady brought me to the village, she told me not to tell anyone. Some things are better left unsaid. Even if I told them, they might not believe me. It might even cause trouble. Jiao Pa didn't quite understand at the time. When he grew up and understood things, he realized that in that era, it was easy to link anything to demons and ghosts. If he didn't do it well, it might cause trouble. Later, the special period passed, and people's minds became more open. Regardless of whether some phenomena could be explained by science, their actions were not too extreme. Even so, Jiao Pa still didn't tell anyone about what happened back then. He used to tell people stories, but unfortunately, they didn't believe him. The cat's tooth amber constantly reminded Jiao Pa that what happened back then wasn't a dream. Jiao Pa also took Zheng Tan to see where the pothole was. Every time he came back to the old house, Jiao Pa would come to take a look, even though the place had changed a lot. The pothole had been filled in, and the wilderness had been turned into an orchard and vegetable field. After returning to the old house from the mountain, Jiao Pa went to help with the New Year's goods. Jing Tan didn't catch rabbits with the 2 children because he had nothing to do. He secretly went to the old lady's house to listen to her story. Recently, many people who went out to work in the village had returned. Some people came to visit every day. The young people were more open-minded. They knew that this kind of thing wasn't as good as before. In the big city, some people were much more arrogant and bold. They could make a lot of money by talking nonsense. In comparison, this old lady was really low-key. She wasn't famous in Shenyang. She only had a little influence in the local village. It was said that she was almost 90 years old. She wasn't from this village in the early years. Now, the villagers were in awe and fear of her. Now, before people in the village went out to work, they would come to find her and ask for safety. Of course, there were also many people who didn't believe in this kind of thing. Science was popular now. Moreover, this kind of thing was divided into orthodoxy and non-orthodoxy. The non-orthodoxy was feudal superstition and was illegal. But people's psychology was always like that. They had to ask for, just in case, to be at ease. Therefore, although people said that they didn't believe in this kind of thing on the surface and didn't interact with the old lady, there were many people who gave her money and gifts in private. After a long time, everyone came to a tacit understanding. Just like some people said, there were some things that existed if you believed in it, and there weren't any if you didn't. Although Zheng Tan didn't know much about this old lady, he could understand some things based on what he had seen and heard. Regardless of whether the old lady was a scammer or not, he hadn't heard of any bad things happening. On the contrary, more and more people secretly praised her, which proved that she did have some ability. Besides, she had saved Jiao Pa. Just because of this, Zheng Tan had a better impression of the old lady. Whether she was a scammer or not was secondary to Zheng Tan. Moreover, it was because of what had happened back then, or perhaps because she had given Father Jiao a few words of advice, that Father Jiao was able to accept her as a different cat so quickly. Chapter 142. 2 days after Zheng Tan came to the Jiao family's old house, he finally knew what Jiao Yuan meant by New Year's flavor. According to Jiao Yuan's definition, New Year's flavor was the flavor of firecrackers. Bang! After the sound, the children cheered. Zheng Tan was lying on the roof of the old house. looking at the vegetable field in front of the old house. Jiao Yuan was taking little Pomelo to see the children in the village setting off firecrackers in the open space. In the city, firecrackers were strictly controlled and were not allowed to be set off randomly. However, after they came here, there were no restrictions. They could set them off however they wanted. Firecrackers were sold in the town and village markets, and they were cheap enough. Some of the older boys could even make firecrackers by themselves. The children became familiar with firecrackers after playing for a while. Other than catching rabbits, little Pomelo was brought by Jiao Yuan to play with firecrackers. Most of the time, little Pomelo just stood aside and watched. For her, firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Watching firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Including Zheng Tan, their only experience was watching firecrackers in the square. When Zheng Tan was still a human, he had asked someone to buy a lot of firecrackers for him to flirt with girls. However, he had never played with firecrackers and firecrackers like these children. This was a kind of folk entertainment that had been passed down for thousands of years. Unfortunately, it was highly dangerous, polluted, and strictly controlled in the big cities. Many children living in the big cities rarely played with firecrackers and firecrackers. Even if they played with firecrackers and firecrackers, they would only play with what the children in the village called little things. The villagers did not care much about the children. These children had been playing with firecrackers since they were young. They were very good at it and had a lot of tricks. Jiao Yuan obviously played with them every time he came here for the new year. Although he was in junior high school, he was still a teenager. He was very playful. The parents were relieved when the children around the same age as Jiao Yuan played with the younger ones. Try this. A 7- or 8-year-old child took out a shabby aluminum pot from an unknown corner, turned it upside down on the ground, and then put a firecracker in it. He squatted down and lifted the aluminum pot. The child used the burning incense to light the fuse. After lighting it, he got up and ran away. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who were standing in the distance, covered their ears. Zheng Tan, who was lying on the roof and looking over, also raised his paws to cover his ears. The sound of the firecrackers was too loud, and his hearing was good now. The impact of the sound was really great. Bang! The small aluminum pot was lifted up about 10 to 20 meters high. Unfortunately, those children weren't too satisfied, saying that it wasn't very powerful. Zheng Tan looked at the aluminum pot that had fallen from the sky. It was deformed from the explosion. This bunch of brats was really bold. There aren't many big ones left. Let's play with the small ones. Don't use too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to play today, said a kid who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a box with firecrackers and the like in it. The other kids also had boxes of different sizes in their hands, but the firecrackers in them weren't as big as his. The small ones aren't fun, muttered an 8-year-old child. Why aren't they fun? Watch me. A child looked around the vegetable garden and asked for the burning incense. Then, he took the box of firecrackers and walked to a vegetable garden not far away. Because it was still a bit far from the fields allocated to each family, some of the empty land around the house had been opened up. Some people had fenced it to build a vegetable garden. In the vegetable garden that the child ran to, the cabbages were growing just right. The weather was good recently, and the temperature was quite high. Moreover, the winter here wasn't as cold as the winter in the north, which was dozens of degrees below zero. Even in the warm winter, it wouldn't snow. Finding the best growing cabbage, the child broke the cabbage leaves, put a small firecracker in it, lit it with the incense, and ran away. Since it was a small firecracker, the children didn't run too far. They didn't even cover their ears. Zheng Tan only heard a bang, and then saw the cabbage that was growing well was broken into pieces. Sure enough, it was a naughty child. If the owner saw this, he would probably be so angry that his chest would hurt. Knowing that they couldn't do too much, the older children called the child who wanted to continue to fry the cabbages over, and didn't let him destroy the cabbages. If it wasn't their own cabbages being fried, they didn't feel bad. It even felt good to see it. But if their own cabbages were fried, these children would probably beat them with a stick. What else can I fry other than cabbages? Still fry fish? No, we were scolded when we fried fish yesterday. You can only fry fish in ponds and rivers that don't have fish. You can't go to fish ponds. What's so fun about fried fish? A few children were fiercely discussing over there. Zheng Tan found it funny. These children had fried a few fish in the fish pond yesterday. When the owner saw the big fish with white bellies in the fish pond, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Every year, they would make such a scene. These naughty children didn't learn from their mistakes. After being beaten, they continued to fry fish. Therefore, when the naughty children met firecrackers, it was terrible. Zheng Tan was thinking about it when they came up with another idea. The target was a water tank placed in the corner of a vegetable garden. The village had running water now, but most people still liked to use well water. Every family had this kind of clay water tank to store water. The water tank placed in the corner of the vegetable garden should have been there for a long time. The water inside was very turbid, and it even emitted a foul smell. It was probably placed there by the owner to water the plants. Hey, I suddenly thought of a story from a language book. A child said, I know. A little kid raised his arm and wiped his snot with his sleeve. It's called Sima Guang Fried Fish Tank. Zheng Tan, Jiao Yuan, Little Pomelo. Good awareness. The level had increased, and it was even more ruthless than Sima Guang. After frying the cabbages and the water tank, these naughty children really knew how to cause trouble. A child took out a small firecracker that was as thick as an adult's thumb. It was wrapped in a layer of plastic and the end was pointed. According to these children, it was called a torpedo. It was waterproof and came in different sizes. The power of the explosion was different. They used this kind of firecracker to fry fish. After lighting the torpedo, with incense, the child threw it into the water tank. If it was thrown too early, it would be extinguished easily. If it was thrown too late, it would cause more accidents. As players with rich experience, they were familiar with this technique. The others stood further away. Although the firecracker was small, the water in the tank was too smelly, and these children did not want to be splashed with the smelly water. It was unknown whether it was because the water tank was too old or the power of the torpedo was too strong. In short, Zheng Tan saw a hole in the water tank. The black smelly water inside flowed out from the hole in the water tank, and the stench spread in all directions. The child who lit the firecracker did not have time to run too far. His body was splashed with water, and when he smelled the stench, he quickly went back to clean himself. It was almost lunchtime, and the firecrackers on hand were almost all set off. The naughty children went back to their homes. After lunch, they took out some more things to play with. Jiao Yuan used snacks to exchange for some firecrackers and other firecrackers with the children. He had no choice. Even if he had pocket money, he could not buy firecrackers and firecrackers in such a short time. There were no snack bars or shops nearby. Even if there were not many types of firecrackers and firecrackers. This was an inconvenient place. When exchanging firecrackers and firecrackers with the children, Jiao Yuan deliberately picked some with longer fuses. When they went back, he would give them to little Pomelo to play with. He was not at ease if the fuses were too short. Jiao Yuan knew himself well. Although he was older than those snotty brats, in terms of experience, he couldn't compare to those snotty brats. When he returned to the old house, Jiao Ma was cooking lunch in the kitchen. The kitchen had an old-fashioned stove, the kind that used firewood. The pot was also a big iron pot. Grandpa Jiao liked to use this kind of pot. The coal stove was now used to cook braised food, fried meatballs, lotus root sandwiches, and other things. It was not used on normal days, and it was only used during the New Year. Jiao Yuan took out an incense stick and lit it in the stove. Why did you light this? Jiao Ma frowned. To set off firecrackers. Jiao Yuan answered. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Also, don't scare black charcoal. Jiao Ma was worried. It's okay. Black charcoal is not scared at all. It watched us play this morning. It even knows how to cover its ears. Jiao Yuan grinned. After lighting the incense, he and little Pomelo went to the backyard of the old house to play. The good thing about living in the countryside was that it was big and had few restrictions. There was a tall pile of firewood in the backyard. Some cedar trees were planted here and there. Grandpa Jiao had already cleaned the weeds and leaves on the ground. There was also a water tank here, but Jiao Yuan did not dare to blow up his own water tank. Grandpa Jiao had bought some fish and put them in this water tank for the new year. Yesterday, he marinated the fish, washed the water tank, and put some water in it. He did not touch it for now. The old lady sat at the back door of the kitchen, frying lotus root sandwiches. She looked at the two children in the backyard from time to time. Although the children in the village often played with firecrackers, her grandson was different from the rascals in the village. He had little contact with firecrackers, and the old lady was worried. Zheng Tan jumped onto the pile of firewood and looked down. Jiao Yuan poked a small hole in the ground with a metal stick and stuck the small firecracker in it. He let it stand upright so that it was easier to light it. After it was lit, the firecracker made a pop sound. These were all small firecrackers. Jiao Yuan did not dare to play with big ones in his own yard. First, it was dangerous and would scare the old lady. He was just doing it for fun. In the backyard, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were much more relaxed. They each held an incense stick and played with the firecrackers. After playing for a while, little Pomelo looked at Zheng Tan, who was climbing on the pile of firewood, and said, "Black charcoal, do you want to play?" Zheng Tan moved the tip of his tail. It seemed that his claws were a little itchy. "Here, Black charcoal, you play too." Jiao Yuan stood on tiptoe and handed the incense stick in his hand to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at the incense stick, turned his head, and jumped down from the pile of firewood. Little Pomelo took out a tissue, wrapped one end of the incense stick, and handed it to Zheng Tan. Little Pomelo was so considerate. Zheng Tan bit the incense stick wrapped in the tissue and walked towards the firecrackers that were already placed. Jiao Yuan's mouth twitched. His cat's obsession with cleanliness was really awkward. When he lit the firecracker, Zheng Tan was a little nervous. Although it was a small firecracker that was not very powerful, he had too little experience with firecrackers, so he was a little excited. When the firecracker emitted sparks, Zheng Tan turned around and ran. Puff! It was a success. The old lady, who was sitting in the house, scooped up the fried lotus root with a colander. While she was dripping oil, she took the time to look at the situation in the backyard. She happened to see her son's precious black cat holding an incense stick to light firecrackers. Her hand suddenly trembled, and a few pieces of lotus root fell out of the colander. Chapter 143. As for the two children setting off firecrackers with the cat, the old lady felt that it was fortunate that it was in her own yard and only her family members knew about it. If it was seen by others and met with gossips, it would probably cause some trouble. In the village, it was fine if these animals were smart, but if they were too smart, it might not be a good thing. After the old lady mentioned it to the Jiaopa, the Jiaopa called the two children and Zheng Tan over and gave them some instructions. The firecrackers were released for fun. Zheng Tan did not need to play with them all the time, so it was fine if he restrained himself. "Hey, Dad, did the dog eat something bad?" The Jiaopa pointed at the pile of poop under the grapevines in the corner of the yard. "Something bad?" Grandpa Jiao walked over to take a look. It's true. Compared to the usual dog poop, the pile of poop under the grapevines was much thinner. However, the Jiaopa and Grandpa Jiao looked at the big yellow dog, who was squatting beside the coal stove, full of energy, waiting to pick up the leftovers. It did not look like the dog was suffering from diarrhea at all. "It's fine. It looks like it's been eating too much food. The dog has been eating a lot for the past few days. Just don't feed it too much food." Old Master Jiao was no longer worried when he saw that. There were not many rules in the village when it came to raising dogs. Cats and dogs often ate with people, and the villagers did not have the energy to care if the food was harmful to the cats and dogs. In fact, most of the cats and dogs here did not live to a normal age. There were many people who tricked the cats and beat the dogs, or some people who sold the dogs for some reason. However, cats were not worth much, and people did not care if they did not want to raise them. In short, the lives of cats and dogs were cheap. No one would spend time on them. If people could not take care of them, how could they take care of them? In comparison, Grandpa Jiao was good enough. "Should we tie it to the side?" "It's not good to keep squatting there," the Jiaopa said. If the dog was squatting there, there would definitely be spills for it to pick up. She still had to fry meatballs later. The old lady's hand shook again, and the dog became happy again. "If you keep it at home, It can hum and sing for a long time. Let it out to play. You don't have to look for it. It will come back when it's time to eat. Many dogs in the village are like that. Aren't you afraid that the dog beaters will take it away? Who would come to beat the dog in broad daylight? Besides, Lai Fu won't go far. It's just taking a walk in the village. There are people watching. The person who beat the dog won't come at this time. Just tie the dog up at home at night. Don't worry about it during the day. Grandpa Jiao was very confident in his dog. As he spoke, Grandpa Jiao walked over and pushed the dog out of the door. Go play by yourself. Come back when it's time for dinner. The big yellow dog was unwilling to give up and wanted to squeeze through the door, but Grandpa Jiao blocked the door. After a few tries, the big yellow dog realized that it couldn't squeeze in. It barked twice, turned around, and walked away. It won't throw a tantrum, right? The Jiaopa asked worriedly as he watched the big yellow dog leave. How dare it? Throw a tantrum my *SS. You'll know when it's time for dinner. Grandpa Jiao waved his hand. It's not like those spoiled cats and dogs in the city. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that some cats and dogs in the city are very petty and vengeful. Is that right? How's your black charcoal's temper? It's okay. The Jiaopa squeezed out these 3 words. He thought for a while and said, anyway, it's pretty good to the family. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo washed their hands and helped the Jiaoma make dumplings. They used to make dumplings at home before, so the dumplings didn't look distorted. At least they still looked like dumplings instead of misshapen dough. Zheng Tan was bored, so he jumped over the wall and followed the big yellow dog. He knew that he wouldn't get lost if he followed the big yellow dog. Don't you care about the cat? Grandpa Jiao raised his chin and pointed at the wall. It's okay. It's smart. The Jiaopa wasn't worried. After Zheng Tan jumped down from the wall, he followed the big yellow dog in front of him. He kept a distance and kept an eye on the surroundings. There were many dogs in the village, and not every dog was friendly to a cat. The big yellow dog, who came out of the Jiao family, was familiar with the place. It walked around the village and asked for food by smelling. It knew which family would give it food and which family wouldn't. Animals were sometimes much smarter than people thought, but most of the time, their intelligence was ignored by people. A cat lying on a wooden bucket and sunbathing with its paws opened its eyes a little when it saw the big yellow dog. It didn't run away, and when the big yellow dog walked far away, it closed its eyes again and continued to sunbathe. Looking at Big Yellow collecting food while walking, Zheng Tan really admired this guy's ability. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also a little smart. These 2 traits would make him the type that wouldn't starve even if he was a human. While thinking, Zheng Tan suddenly heard a dog barking in front of him. Boof, boof, boof. There was a warning growl in the dog's barking. This barking was different from when the big yellow dog saw the Jiaopa and the others. It was obviously vigilant and aggressive. This kind of barking only appeared when it was facing certain dangerous people. Sure enough, when Zheng Tan raised his head, he saw the big yellow dog baring its teeth at a person not far away. Not far away, the man's appearance was passable, not to the extent of being unsightly. However, coupled with the scoundrel aura that he exuded, the impression he gave others had plummeted to the negative. The person had a toothpick in his mouth and was shaking his legs. When he saw the big yellow dog, he wasn't afraid at all. He even laughed, then picked up half a brick on the ground and threw it at the big yellow dog. Judging from the strength of the brick, if it really hit the big yellow dog, it would probably break a few bones. Fortunately, the big yellow dog ran fast, and the brick only grazed its back, so it wasn't hurt. No wonder the big yellow dog's attitude was so bad, and it was even a little afraid of that person. This person was obviously not a good person. Zheng Tan looked at the people around him. Obviously, some people had seen this scene, but they didn't care. In their opinion, it was not worthwhile to provoke this scoundrel for a dog. Fortunately, the toothpick man didn't want to continue wasting time with the big yellow dog. He gathered his coat and walked away with his head held high. The big yellow dog didn't relax until the toothpick man was far away. It seemed like it had suffered a loss before. Wah! A child's cry was heard. Zheng Tan looked over and saw that the toothpick man had snatched 2 firecrackers from a child who was playing with firecrackers. Then he played with them. When he threw the firecrackers, he threw them into the vegetable field and blew up a few healthy cabbages. The people who saw this scene only said a few words and didn't argue with the toothpick man. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Forget it, it's better not to meddle in this kind of business. Jiao Pa already told us to keep a low profile. When it was almost time for dinner, the big yellow dog came home on time. Zheng Tan couldn't help but feel that animals' sense of time was really good. They couldn't look at the time on their phones like humans, and most people hadn't started eating yet. Therefore, no one told the big yellow dog that it was time for dinner. When the big yellow dog came back, it was obviously a lot lighter. Just like Grandpa Jiao said, it didn't throw a tantrum at all. Zheng Tan was still not far behind it. He watched it run into the old house's gate, and then it ran out in a few seconds and barked at the gate. Zheng Tan ignored the big yellow dog and went straight into the house. He saw the toothpick man snatching a piece of fried fish from little Pomelo's hand. F***ck your grandpa. Zheng Tan immediately became angry. If he didn't see the Jiao Pa coming over, he would have slapped that guy a few times. Zheng Tan could pretend that he didn't see anyone bullying other people, but Zheng Tan couldn't tolerate anyone bullying his own family. When the big yellow dog came in, it went straight to the kitchen. When little Pomelo saw the big yellow dog coming back, she knew that Zheng Tan must have come back too. She picked up a piece of fried fish and walked towards the gate to give it to Zheng Tan. However, the toothpick man snatched it away when she was in the hall. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and stared at the annoying stranger in front of her. She hesitated whether she should throw the chopsticks in her hand at him. Grandpa Jiao was also angry when he saw this. He grabbed the shoulder pole and chased the man out. The man shouted as he walked out, "I heard that Brother Ming Sheng and the other professor's projects are worth at least 1,000,000 yuan, so I came to see how rich they are. What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. Most of that money is from the country. It's used for research. If you talk nonsense again, I'll send you to the police station." Grandpa Jiao swung the shoulder pole at the toothpick man. The villagers valued seniority very much. For the toothpick man, he didn't care about his peers or juniors, but he didn't dare to hit the older generation. Previously, he hit an older person and was ganged up on by the villagers. He was almost sent to the police station. Although the toothpick man was chased away by his grandpa, Zheng Tan's anger didn't subside. He was thinking about when he should go and deal with that guy. However, tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Zheng Tan thought about it and decided not to cause any trouble. He would go and find that toothpick man in a few days. The villagers ate dinner early, and there weren't many entertainment activities. Everyone was used to sleeping early. Since New Year's Eve was coming, everyone was busy, so they slept later. Grandpa Jiao heard that a family's sow had given birth to piglets, so he wanted to go and take a look. Jiao Yuan wanted to go, so Grandpa Jiao brought him along. Little Pomelo stayed in the room and watched TV with Jiao Ma. She didn't go to see what was going on. Zheng Tan was curious, so he followed them. Grandpa Jiao took a shortcut behind the house. Zheng Tan followed him for a while and suddenly stopped. He moved his ears and tilted his head. He followed the direction of the sound and saw the toothpick man who snatched little Pomelo's fish. He was standing there with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. He was talking on the phone, showing off a box of torpedoes he stole from the market today. He tested 2 of them and found that they were quite powerful. He was going to sell them to the children in the village at a higher price tomorrow. "Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a dump." The toothpick man turned off his phone and took a deep puff of the cigarette between his fingers. He threw the cigarette but far away and walked into the outhouse while humming a tune. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail a few times before heading in that direction. Compared to watching a sow give birth to piglets, Zheng Tan was more willing to take this opportunity to teach the toothpick man a lesson. Zheng Tan ran into the toothpick man's house. According to what the toothpick man said on the phone, he found a box of torpedoes in his room. It was a medium-sized type. Zheng Tan carefully opened the box and took out 2 of them. He closed the box and ran back to the toothpick man's outhouse. It was already dark, and no one saw a cat walking upright. The toothpick man's family was in another room with a TV, so no one noticed that a cat had entered their house. The village's outhouses were all built with brick walls. They were built near the back door or in the backyard, and there was a large pit for the urinal. Part of the urinal was outside the outhouse wall, so the villagers could scoop the manure to fertilize the vegetable fields. At the same time, it was convenient for Zheng Tan to take revenge. The cigarette but that the toothpick man threw outside flashed in the night wind. Zheng Tan picked it up and quietly approached the outhouse. Zheng Tan recalled the appearance of those naughty kids when they set off the torpedoes. He lit the fuse and threw it into the outhouse where the toothpick man was squatting. He turned around and quickly left. He still remembered the stinky water splashed on the kid who blew up the water tank. He would be worried if he didn't run away. Chapter 144. It had to be said that the power of the torpedo was really good, and the effect was also quite ideal. Zheng Tan heard a lot of splashing sounds, as well as particularly abrupt and sharp shouting and cursing sounds at night. The stench spread everywhere, and the toothpick man didn't even pull up his pants completely before he rushed out of the outhouse. After running for 2 steps, he was tripped by his pants and rolled on the ground. Then he got some feces on the ground and rushed into the house with a body full of feces. The impact of the torpedo on the feces pit was too large, even the firewood was splashed a little. Zheng Tan was glad that he used the firewood as a shield, so he didn't get hit. The trees in the yard of the toothpick man's house were splashed. What made Zheng Tan admire was that the outhouse was quite sturdy, and he didn't see any obvious cracks. Of course, there might have been an explosion, but he couldn't see it himself. Although Zheng Tan wanted to see the miserable state of the toothpick man again, the stench was too strong, and he wanted to vomit. He didn't want to continue to stay here for a second. The noise here had already disturbed some people, and the house of the toothpick man had already started to become noisy. Zheng Tan quickly left the backyard of the toothpick man's house, and when he left, he had to avoid the smelly drip. The villagers living in the surrounding area didn't care about the explosion at first, they just thought that some naughty kid was blowing up a puddle or something like that. Who knew that after the explosion, there would be shouting and cursing. When they opened the door to see what was going on, the night wind blew in, bringing with it the smell of the outhouse. Zheng Tan took 2 torpedoes from the box of the toothpick man. He blew one up and there was an extra torpedo in the spare. Zheng Tan hid it under a tile, and if he didn't lift the tile, he wouldn't be able to see it. And no one would lift the broken tile in the corner of the yard for no reason. If he saw the toothpick man provoking his family in the future, then he could use it again. When Zheng Tan returned to the backyard of the old house, he still felt that there was a smell of the outhouse on his body. He didn't know whether it was psychological or the stench was still there. To be safe, Zheng Tan squatted on the pile of firewood outside for a while. While squatting on the fireplace, Zheng Tan saw the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat. It was holding a fat rat in its mouth as it ran briskly past the backyard of the old house. Even with 3 legs, it was able to move faster than some cats. Were hawksbill turtles that powerful? Zheng Tan's ears twitched. No matter what, he admired that 3-legged cat. About 20 minutes later, Grandpa Jiao returned with Jiao Yuan. Zheng Tan followed them into the house. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan both smelled like a pig pen. Therefore, even if Zheng Tan smelled of the outhouse, it wouldn't be obvious. After all, he wasn't the only one who smelled of the outhouse. Zheng Tan sniffed around Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan and sneezed. Then he sniffed around Zheng Tan and wanted to lick him. Zheng Tan slapped him a few times, and then he obediently ran to the old lady and squatted beside her. The Jiao family didn't pay attention to Zheng Tan's movements. Those who stayed at home thought that he was taking a walk outside with Grandpa Jiao. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan thought that he had been staying in the backyard, so they didn't notice anything unusual about him. That night, Zheng Tan leaned on the small wooden bucket and asked Jiao Ma to boil some water for him to take a bath. Otherwise, he would feel weird and embarrassed to crawl under the covers. The next day was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the 4 adults of the Jiao family got up and got busy. Zheng Tan crawled out of bed and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Jiao Pa and the others had already eaten. Zheng Tan sat alone on a chair and ate the breakfast that Jiao Ma had prepared for him. As he ate, Zheng Tan listened to the conversation between Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa. "I told you. Our dogs are in good health. They're not that fragile. They're full of energy after a walk." The old man of the Jiao family pointed at the big yellow dog in the yard. The big yellow dog was jumping around in front of a plastic toy duck. "Aren't you going to give it breakfast?" Jiao Pa asked. "Breakfast? No, it's not your cat. Who would give it 3 meals a day?" After talking about the dog, Grandpa Jiao grinned and told Jiao Pa about the toothpick man. Early in the morning, many people in the village knew that the toothpick man had been set up by someone while he was taking a dump. However, until now, they still didn't know who did it. According to the toothpick man's own memory, he didn't hear anyone opening the door to his backyard. The only thing he heard was the sound of firecrackers being lit. He couldn't remember anything else. In addition, the new cell phone that the toothpick man bought not long ago was also affected. At that time, he was so scared that his new cell phone with a flip cover fell into the cesspool. It was difficult to get it out, and even if it was, it couldn't be used. No one would use it again. The toothpick man was so angry that his liver hurt. He couldn't sleep the whole night. His mouth didn't stop, and he kept scolding people until dawn. Some people in the village were secretly gloating. The toothpick man had attracted too much hatred. Not many people sympathized with him, especially that cell phone of his. He didn't get the money to buy it properly. After he bought it, he always showed off in front of people. He was so arrogant that he thought he was rich just because he had a cell phone. Since it was New Year's Eve, the village started to set off firecrackers in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa told them not to go out. They had to set off firecrackers everywhere today. It was dangerous to set off firecrackers, especially for people like the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. They didn't know much about the village, so it was easy for them to get into trouble. Therefore, the Jiao Pa told them to stay at home. Zheng Tan watched them move the table, place the candlesticks and incense burners. During the New Year's Eve dinner, they lit candles and incense. Some people even burned paper money. In the past, it was a legend. It was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. They prayed for the gods' blessings, wealth, and longevity. Now it was a custom. It was just a way for people to have a sense of hope. In recent years, although many people had followed the customs, they didn't have to follow the old customs. The Jiao Pa originally wanted to bring Old Master Gu and his parents over to celebrate the New Year together, but Old Master Gu refused. Jiao Wei brought over a few firecrackers. He and some of his peers in the village made firecrackers themselves. The firecracker made of red paper was as big as the Jiao Yuan's arm. Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The other 2 firecrackers made of other paper were smaller. They were for the Jiao Yuan to play with. In the village, they called these big firecrackers Spring Thunder. They set them off during the New Year's Eve dinner. Previously, Zheng Tan thought that there were too many people setting off firecrackers in the village. However, when it came to the New Year's Eve dinner, he realized that it was just a small matter. The Jiao Yuan helped the Jiao Pa move the firecrackers out. He took them apart and arranged them on the empty ground in front of the old house. Before dinner, the Jiao Pa lit the incense. "Quick, close the door. They're all coming in." The Jiao Pa ran into the house and closed the door. When the firecrackers exploded outside, the debris flew everywhere. If the door wasn't closed, the debris would fly into the house. Zheng Tan squatted by the window and looked at the firecrackers outside. He also looked at the smoke rising from the firecrackers. If every household in the city set off firecrackers, there would probably be a smog for a long time. As for the big yellow dog, it was already waiting by the dining table. The firecrackers had nothing to do with it. After the firecrackers were set off, the Jiao Pa took the Spring Thunder given by the Jiao Wei and went out to set it off. Compared to the firecrackers just now, the firecrackers this time were further away from the old house. Bang! The huge explosion made Zheng Tan feel that the whole ground was shaking. Even the windows were making thumping sounds. Outside, the firecrackers and the debris from the big firecrackers explosion covered the ground with a layer of red. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the 2 children were so excited that they didn't go to bed until very late. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, there were very few people setting off firecrackers and fireworks. The children couldn't stay up and had already gone to bed. The night was much quieter. Zheng Tan had some insomnia tonight. He didn't feel like he was thinking about anything, but he just couldn't sleep. This was the first lively New Year he had ever had. Last year, at this time in the Eastern Courtyard, There were many restrictions in the city. There were only 4 people in the Jiao family. It wasn't as noisy as here. It was indeed better to be lively during the new year. Just as Zheng Tan thought of this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off outside. More and more people were setting them off. Setting off firecrackers after midnight was a custom here. Moving his ears, Zheng Tan heard the Jiao Pa's voice. Not long after, he heard the sound of firecrackers going off in front of the old house. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be woken up. Hearing these sounds, Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it wasn't so good to be too lively. Because they went to bed late, Zheng Tan stayed in bed for a while in the morning of the first day of the new year. Little Pomelo didn't get up either. She didn't sleep well the whole night. When Zheng Tan woke up, he saw the Jiao Pa, Jiao Yuan, and the others who had just returned from outside. Early in the morning of the first day of the new year, the Jiao Yuan was still yawning when he came back. As a child, he was entitled to red packets. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo received red packets from Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao. Jiao Wei's parents came over and gave Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo one each. As a cat, he didn't have any red packets. However, when Zheng Tan woke up in the morning, he received 2 red packets from Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. When he opened them, there were fish slices and pork jerky. Zheng Tan didn't have much to do on the first day of the new year. He basically slept on the cat tree that Grandpa Jiao had built. On the second day of the new year, the Jiao Pa, his parents, and Zheng Tan drove to Grandpa Gu's house, which was Jiao Yuan's maternal grandfather's house. The Jiao family and the Gu family lived not too far apart. They could reach there in half an hour by car. After spending a few days at the Gu family's house, they came back to the Jiao family's house. It was said that the toothpick man had been quite well behaved these days. Some people guessed that he had been set up by someone, so he didn't go out much these days. The reason why the toothpick man was behaving like this was because he was afraid of being retaliated against again. Secondly, it was because of his reputation. After all, there were not many people in the village who didn't know that the manure pit had exploded when the toothpick man took a dump. Visiting relatives and friends had nothing to do with Zheng Tan. Seeing the big yellow dog running around and having fun, he couldn't stay idle anymore. After dinner, he went out for a walk. During the time he spent in the old house, Zheng Tan had become more familiar with the surroundings and could wander around by himself. Walking in the fields, the old house behind him became smaller and smaller. In front of him, in the fields that stretched into the distance, there were a few graves. Some of them were surrounded by broken pieces of firecrackers and burnt joss paper. Obviously, there had been a lot of people here. Some of the graves were still covered in weeds, and there wasn't even a single joss paper. No one cleaned or worshipped. As Zheng Tan walked forward, he paid attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a few people coming towards the fields. Chapter 145. A group of people walked to the tombstones, placed incense, burned paper, set off firecrackers, and knelt down. Zheng Tan watched them complete the series of actions. When he went to the Gu family mansion, he followed Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to the tombstones. When the people went back, Zheng Tan was about to leave, but he didn't expect to be seen by a little kid. Among the group, the little kid was very happy when he saw Zheng Tan. It was probably boring to follow his parents and grandfather to the tombstones. After all, at his age, he couldn't understand the feelings of the elders. When he finally saw a cat, he was excited and ran over. However, before he could run far, he tripped on a big piece of soil under his feet. When he fell, a small toy in his hand flew towards Zheng Tan. The child's mother quickly went forward to help him up and patted the dirt off his body. The rooster is gone. The child didn't cry, but he looked very sad. He even raised his empty hand to show his mother. Rooster? Zheng Tan looked at the thing that flew over. It was a cartoon version of a rich man's golden chicken toy, like a key. There was a ditch between Zheng Tan and the child. The ditch was quite wide, about 1.5 meters. There wasn't much water in the ditch, but there was a lot of mud. There was also some withered grass growing beside the ditch, which was a hindrance. If it was a young man with good athletic ability, it would be easy for him to cross the ditch. However, there was no one in the crowd who looked like they had good athletic ability. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Father Jiao was wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes. It was very inconvenient, and it seemed that the middle-aged man wasn't ready to cross immediately. Go forward. You can cross from there. Go back and pick it up, the middle-aged man said. The child didn't care about his father's words. He pushed his mother's hand away, pointed at Jing Tan across the ditch, and shouted, "Cat cat." Yes, that's a cat. The child's mother thought that the child was just identifying things and praised him. Cat. Yes, a big black cat. The child's mother patted the dust off the child's pants and prepared to lead him away. Shaking off his mother's hand again, the child pointed at Jing Tan across the ditch and shouted, "Kitty, throw it over here. Let Kitty throw it over here. Kitty, you can't throw it away. Daddy will pick it up for you later, okay?" The child's mother explained patiently. Let Kitty throw it. Cats can't be thrown away. Before the child's mother could finish her sentence, she heard a soft slap. The cute little rooster that reflected golden light in the sun fell to the ground next to her. The child's mother. The child didn't have as many complicated emotions as his mother. He happily picked up the golden chicken from the ground and tried a button on it. The golden chicken immediately made a rooster crow sound. It wasn't bad. It was good. Thus, the child grinned and laughed quite happily. Just now, Jing Tan had originally planned to ignore them, but when he saw the child's reaction, he thought for a moment and scooped up the golden chicken toy to his side. With a hook of his claws, he threw it over. Throwing a little toy wasn't too out of line, was it? Jing Tan wagged his tail and left without looking at them again. That cat? Is it the cat of the family we saw on the highway? The old man looked at the black cat that ran away and wondered. No way? There are many cat owners here, and now that people are more open-minded, there are many black cats like this. Some people even think that this kind of black cat is auspicious, and especially by this kind of pure black cat, the child's mother said. Although it felt a little strange, the old man and the middle-aged man didn't talk about this topic anymore. According to the Jiao Paws plan, they would stay here for the 15th day of the lunar month before returning to Chu Hua City. However, the old lady had said in advance, so on the 15th day of the lunar month, the Jiao Pa brought Jing Tan to find her. Still a little far away, Jing Tan heard the sound of playing the arrow from where the old lady lived. Jing Tan didn't know how to appreciate music, and he didn't like listening to arrow. However, when he heard this sound, he felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. When the Jiao Pa pushed open the gate and walked into the yard, Jing Tan saw the old lady sitting on a chair by the door, playing the arrow. He didn't expect her to be able to play the arrow so smoothly at her age. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Jing Tan would have thought that the old lady had hired someone to play the arrow. The Jiao Pa didn't interrupt the old lady's playing. He first found a place to sit down. Jing Tan looked around. The three-legged tortoiseshell cat was lying on a wooden chair in the house. Compared to the first time Jing Tan saw it, it had gained a lot of weight. It closed its eyes and seemed to be taking a nap, but its ears twitched along with the sound of the arrow. There were a lot of gifts on the table in the house. It seemed that many people visited the old lady during the new year. After the song was finished, the old lady put the arrow aside and said to the Jiao Pa, "You're here." "Yes, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning, so I came here today," the Jiao Pa said. The old lady didn't say much. She turned her eyes to Jing Tan, and Jing Tan felt a little uneasy. "Black cat, come here for a moment." The granny waved at Jing Tan. Jing Tan hesitated. He looked at the Jiao Pa, then looked at the old lady in front of him and pulled his ears. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Anyway, the Jiao Pa is here. This old lady probably won't do anything that would make people angry. When Jing Tan came closer, the old lady patted her leg and motioned for Jing Tan to jump on. This time, Jing Tan didn't think for too long. He paused for a moment and jumped on her leg. The old lady put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a jade pendant. There were characters written in seal script on it. Jing Tan only knew one of the characters, Yang, and he wasn't 100% sure that it was Yang. He had never learned seal script. He had only seen it by chance and couldn't remember most of it. The pendant's lanyard had been changed and was woven into a small loop. It was just big enough to wrap around Jing Tan's neck. After putting it on, the old lady looked at the Jiao Pa and said, Can you let it keep this for me? Zheng Tan pulled his ears again. What's the point of asking for its opinion now that you've put it on? The Jiaopa was confused. Even if this jade didn't look like it was worth hundreds of thousands, it was definitely not something that could be compared to a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. But why did the old lady give such an important thing to a cat? People who didn't know her would think that she was crazy. I just want you to keep it for me. If you see someone wearing a jade pendant like this one day, let me know. My biggest wish is to see my family before I leave. Unfortunately, I don't even know if they're still alive. The old lady sighed. She suddenly thought of something and said to the Jiaopa, "Can you help me with this?" The Jiaopa was speechless. You've already put the jade pendant on me and said what you wanted. Why are you only asking me if I can help you now? Of course I can help you. The Jiaopa nodded and said, but it doesn't seem right to keep such a precious jade pendant on my cat. My cat likes to run around. What if he accidentally loses it? I see. The old lady took the jade pendant off Zheng Tan's neck and handed it to the Jiaopa. Then help me keep it first. You can give it to me at this time next year. Zheng Tan and the Jiaopa were speechless. They felt that the old lady was unreliable. She was so strange. But Granny, I'm going abroad this year. I won't be back at this time next year, the Jiaopa explained. Then postpone it. You won't stay abroad forever, right? The old lady asked nervously. No, the Jiaopa said with certainty. However, he wasn't sure if the old lady would still be around when he came back. After all, according to the elders in the village, the old lady was quite old. That's fine. The old lady waved her hand. Seeing that the Jiaopa wanted to say something, she said, Don't worry. I can still live for 3 years. The Jiaopa, whose thoughts were exposed, coughed embarrassedly. He quietly listened to the old lady's next words. The old lady came to this village more than 40 years ago. It was said that she was a refugee. At that time, most of the places in the country were very difficult. The old lady found a place to stay in the village. After she recovered from her illness, she stayed in the village. In the early years, I tried many methods, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. There was a period of time when I even gave up hope. If I can't find him, this jade pendant is worthless to me. The old lady sighed. Zheng Tan muttered in his heart. If she didn't have hope, why did she find him and the Jiao family? It's been more than 40 years. Who would still remember you? Moreover, wasn't this old lady a witch? Couldn't she do the math herself? Thinking about it, Zheng Tan glanced at the old lady. Coincidentally, the old lady looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. F***ck, could this old lady see what a cat was thinking? Some people said that as people got older, they either became more muddle-headed or smarter. Zheng Tan felt that the old lady in front of him was pretending to be muddle-headed. The Jiaopa was thinking about something and didn't notice Zheng Tan's little movements. He said, the internet is gradually becoming popular these days. There are many ways to find people. The old lady waved her hand. Forget it. If you can't find him, then it's fate. Zheng Tan patiently listened to the old lady's nagging. Then he walked out of the courtyard with the Jiaopa. The old lady was really good at talking. Once she started talking, she would inadvertently change the topic and then inadvertently come back to the topic. Zheng Tan was too lazy to care about what to do with the jade pendant that the old lady gave him. He left it to the Jiaopa. He was just a cat now. He just needed to eat and sleep well. Early in the morning of the 16th day of the lunar month, the Jiao family drove out of the village with 4 people and 1 cat. After driving for a short while, they saw the familiar BMW appear at the fork in the road. Originally, the Jiaopa didn't plan to stop and say hello. Unexpectedly, there was a traffic jam in front of the wide road. This time, the 2 cars stopped next to each other and rolled down the windows. We meet again. Yes, it's fate. The Jiaopa smiled and greeted the other party. He took the other party's business card. Xianxia, general manager of a company in Nanhua City. If it was just a suspicion when they went to the tomb, this time, Xianxia was sure that the black cat looking at him calmly through the window was the one they met at the tomb. Chapter 146. My company is in Nanhua City. You can contact me whenever you want to visit. This is my private number. Xianxia smiled warmly in the car next to them. He introduced himself and briefly talked about his family's old house and village. The Jiaopa also introduced himself. This way, everyone knew each other. However, the Jiaopa didn't have a business card, so they exchanged numbers. The Jiaopa was going abroad in April. They didn't know when they would be able to contact each other again after exchanging numbers. However, exchanging numbers was also a step forward in their relationship. After all, they were from the same hometown. Who knew when they would need to work together? Zheng Tan listened to their conversation from the back seat. Because they had the same surname, Zheng Tan paid more attention to them. Coincidentally, he saw the look in Zheng Xian's eyes. From his eyes, Zheng Tan knew that he recognized him. Also, from the half-open car window, the little brat waved his shiny golden chicken at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan ignored him. Moreover, after this, everyone would go their separate ways. However, Nanhua City and Nanqing, would he be able to go there again in this lifetime? Selfishly, Zheng Tan wanted to go back and take a look. However, he had no choice. Once the Jiaopa left the country, the remaining Jiao family members living in the Eastern District courtyard wouldn't travel far. In short, they wouldn't be able to go there again for at least a year. After the traffic started, the two cars' routes overlapped. They only separated when they reached a certain section of the highway. The Jiao family and Zheng Tan didn't take this little episode to heart. Things changed too quickly. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again. They could only say that they would meet again if fate brought them together. If not, then there was no need to force it. When they returned to the Eastern District courtyard, the winter sweet in the courtyard was still blooming. The children in the courtyard liked to pick flowers. Lan Tianzhu corrected Su An's misunderstanding. Wintersweet is wintersweet. Plum is plum. These two are different species. Even their families are different. The plum blossom belongs to the apricot family of the rose family, while the wintersweet belongs to the camphor family of the wintersweet. As they were talking, the two of them saw the Jiao family's car coming over. They didn't care about the wintersweet and plum blossoms anymore. They called the Jiao Yuan and the three of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's school. Zheng Tan had seen the weather forecast. It said that in 2 days the temperature would drop and it would snow again. The children were very unhappy about this. No one wanted to snow right after school. It was cold to ride a bike. Moreover, this kind of weather was actually very suitable for huddling in bed instead of braving the cold wind, rain, and snow to go to class in the cold classroom. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't something that could be changed just because you said so. After school started, everyone started to get busy. Jiaopa was now mainly busy with his plans to go abroad. Before he went abroad, he still had a lot of work to do, especially for Xian and Suchu. As for the new graduate students this year, Jiaopa did not ask the other teachers to help him choose. He had already made up his mind to only accept one graduate student. He would not be able to take care of more than one graduate student while he was abroad. All he had to do was to wait for the results of the postgraduate entrance examination to be announced. The remaining places were given to other teachers. This new graduate student was different from Xian and Suchu. This time, Jiaopa originally planned to recruit a female graduate student. This was also because when he was not at home, Jiaoma would have more people to help her. After all, there were more restrictions on male graduates. It was more reliable to recruit a female graduate student. Before the postgraduate entrance examination, Jiaopa had selected some applicants from his mailbox. After the results of the postgraduate entrance examination were released, there would definitely be more applicants who would promote themselves. However, Jiaopa did not have that much free time. Fortunately, he found a satisfactory candidate. The third candidate was Zheng Jing, who had switched majors from the school. She was originally from the School of Foreign Languages. Many people did not understand why Zheng Jing chose to be a postgraduate student at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This gap was too big. Although many students from the Chinese Academy of Sciences would also choose to be a postgraduate student from other schools, such as the School of Medical Sciences, the School of Chemistry, the School of Electronics and Information, or the School of Economics and Management. However, very few girls who were purely in liberal arts would choose to be a postgraduate student. This was not an ordinary step. Moreover, even if they could pass the entrance examination, some teachers would not be willing to accept them. After all, the teachers wanted to recruit students who were quick to learn and strong in theoretical knowledge. Tsinghua University's strength meant that the competition was strong. There would not be a shortage of students. According to the cutoff score of 120% in the past 2 years, a group of people would be eliminated in the postgraduate entrance examination. Some of them had good scores. Therefore, many people said that they would not be confident if they did not score more than 10 points higher than the cutoff score. Su Chu was a special student. Many students in the same batch as Su Chu said that he was lucky. Jing Tan had never met Xing Jing. He only heard about her from the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma when they were chatting. Besides, the cutoff score and cutoff score were not out yet. It was uncertain whether Xing Jing would be accepted. Therefore, the Jiao Pa only mentioned Xing Jing casually and did not elaborate further. However, the Jiao Pa was not a person who would compromise. Therefore, there must be a reason why Xing Jing was accepted by the Jiao Pa. Jing Tan was looking forward to it. After staying at home for 2 days, Jing Tan could not hold it in anymore. There was no news about the cat carriage. He guessed that it was not ready yet. He could not stay at home all day and sleep in a daze. The weather forecast said that it would snow. It had been 2 days, but there was still no snow. Jing Tan looked at the sky. Who cares? Let's go out for a walk first. Jing Tan chose the road leading to the Jiao Yuan school. He wanted to see how the Jiao Yuan school was like in class. Unfortunately, the windows were full of water vapor. He could not see what was going on inside. He could only hear the teacher's voice. Jing Tan did not stay at the school gate for long. He went to Zhong Yan's house. Zhong Yan must be in class at this time. There was no one at home. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. He could not hear any gossip. After leaving Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Jing Tan went to see the construction site developed by Yi Hao. Compared to before the new year, there were not many obvious changes. It was probably delayed by the new year. After the new year, the progress would be accelerated. It was still early. Jing Tan was not in a hurry to go back. He looked at the fork in the road and walked in a direction. He had not been there before. He wanted to explore the terrain and expand the area he was familiar with. Tsinghua City was a relatively old city. Although the city was developing rapidly, there were still many old residential areas. However, with the development of the city, these old residential areas would gradually be demolished. After walking through the streets of the old residential area, Jing Tan came to a neighborhood with elevator houses. This area had only been developed for a few years. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the old residential area. The greenery in the neighborhood was not bad. Jing Tan saw some wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. The wintersweet was blooming. If it was not blooming, Jing Tan would not be able to recognize it even if he stood in front of the wintersweet trees. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. They were either at work or too lazy to go out. Even if it was not snowing, it was cold enough. Although it was not as cold as in the north, it was still unbearable for many people. Tsinghua City's winters were wet and cold. Some people from the north and the south coast who came to the city to study in university suffered from frostbite in their first year. They were not used to the weather here. There were not many people and there were not many animals outside. He could only hear a few dogs barking occasionally. As for cats, Jing Tan had not seen a single one for the time being. As he was walking, it started to drizzle. Jing Tan cursed the bad weather in his heart. He wondered if he should go back or find a place to hide. After all, it would take some time to return to the east courtyard from here if he calculated using the catwalk, unless he ran all the way back. Before Jing Tan could make a decision, there was a crackling sound around him. It was the sound of falling snow. Looking at the raindrops and snow falling faster and faster, Jing Tan estimated that it was going to snow soon. Forget it. I'll find a place to hide first. At this time, he would be wet and cold. It would not be comfortable to be hit by the snow. He looked around. The bottom of the elevator was a parking space, so the first floor started from the floor above the parking space. Many residents had installed anti-theft nets on their balconies and windows. Some of the nets were too dense for Jing Tan to squeeze through. After looking around, Zheng Tan chose a balcony on the first floor of a building. Zheng Tan could only squeeze through this balcony. It was also a good place to block the wind and rain. The height of the parking lot was not difficult for Zheng Tan to climb up. After jumping up, Zheng Tan walked to the balcony with the help of a piece of empty space and went in. There were a few cardboard boxes on the balcony of this house. There was a layer of dust on the boxes. It seemed that no one had touched them for a long time. After listening to the movements in the house and confirming that there was no one, Zheng Tan pulled 2 cardboard boxes down and used them as walls to block the wind. He squatted on the other side of the cardboard boxes. This way, he could use the cardboard boxes to block the wind and also pay attention to the weather. Today was unlucky. 2 days ago, the rain and snow did not fall. Today, as soon as he went out, the wind and rain came. While squatting there waiting for the rain to stop, Zheng Tan heard the sound of the door opening. After a while, footsteps came closer. Zheng Tan adjusted his posture and prepared to leave immediately if the owner of the house rejected the cat. The door on the balcony was opened. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked to the balcony. As soon as he took a step, he noticed the black cat squatting next to the cardboard boxes. The man was stunned. When he met the cat's eyes, he did not show any sense of rejection. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to the room. The door was not closed. Zheng Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of people walking back and forth in the house. Then, there was the sound of the microwave. After a ding sound, the man came out with a cup of milk in a disposable paper cup and put it in front of Zheng Tan. Sure enough, there were more kind people. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. However, many people did not know that cats could not be fed milk casually. Many cats were lactose intolerant. If they drank milk, they would have diarrhea. The consequences were more serious. As for Zheng Tan's unusual stomach, he had drunk a lot of milk in the Jiao family. He had never had diarrhea. Therefore, for him, milk was definitely drinkable. In addition, he did feel a little cold and wanted to drink something warm. Moreover, Zheng Tan did not feel any malice from the man in front of him. However, it was necessary to be vigilant. Zheng Tan took 2 small licks. Then, he pretended to look at the scenery outside. He moved his ears, lowered his head, and took another lick. He glanced at the man in front of him and then looked at the scenery outside. He pretended to see something interesting or threatening. He repeated this several times. In this way, after a while, Zheng Tan felt that there was no problem with drinking the milk. Then he drank the rest of the milk. The man saw that the black cat in front of him looked outside from time to time. He thought that the cat was just wary of the people outside. He chuckled. Quite alert. Chapter 147. After drinking the small glass of milk, Zheng Tan felt much warmer. He shook his fur, stretched, and looked out of the balcony. The rain had stopped and was replaced by patches of white snow. From the looks of it, the ground would soon turn white. Seeing that the glass was empty, the man squatted down to pick it up and walked into the house. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the black cat in the corner, "Come in, it's cold outside." Zheng Tan hesitated. Should he go in to avoid the wind? The wind outside seemed to be stronger. Zheng Tan didn't respond. Seeing this, the man thought that the cat in front of him didn't understand, so he stood at the door and waved his hand, pointing at the glass of milk. Perhaps realizing that his actions were ineffective, the man walked into the house, but the door to the balcony was not closed. Most places in Chuhua City didn't have heating. People were used to using air conditioners and other heating devices. The air conditioner in the house was on. Zheng Tan walked to the door and could clearly feel the warm wind coming from the house. Compared to outside, the house was too warm. Zheng Tan looked at the snowy sky outside and walked into the house. Inside the house, the man had already taken off his jacket. He stood in front of the microwave and continued to warm a glass of milk. When the milk was warm and ready to be taken to the balcony, he realized that the black cat had already entered the house and was curiously looking at the furnishings in the house. Zheng Tan roughly scanned the house and felt that the man should be a cultured person. There was a bookshelf in the room. Most of the books on the bookshelf were in English. They covered a wide range of subjects, from literature, history, geography, agriculture, medicine, and so on. This kind of person shouldn't be a threat. The man put the warm milk in front of Zheng Tan. This time, he didn't stare at Zheng Tan drinking the milk. Instead, he walked to the table next to him, turned on the computer, found some documents, and started working. Zheng Tan drank the milk and observed the man. Although he couldn't see the things on the table clearly from his angle, Zheng Tan could tell that the man was a translator. He helped people translate books and articles. Zheng Tan didn't know if translating was his main job or his side job. There were 3 rooms in the house. Only one of them was open, which was the room Zheng Tan was in. The other 2 rooms were closed, and it was unknown if anyone lived there. There was a 1-meter-long drawing board in the room. There were many small notes and notes stuck on the drawing board. Zheng Tan couldn't understand a single thing written on it. Could that be English cursive? But the English cursive script shouldn't be so cursive, right? Regardless of whether it was English or English cursive, he couldn't understand it anyway. The door leading to the balcony was not closed. Gusts of cold wind blew in, and Zheng Tan shivered again. The man also felt the cold wind blowing in from outside. He got up and closed the door. When he closed the door, he looked at Zheng Tan, as if to make sure that the cat would not throw a tantrum after closing the door. Zheng Tan did not lose his temper. Instead, he jumped onto the desk. The desk was next to the window, and there was an open book in front of the window. There were some bookmarks in the book, and there were many notes on the pages. Zheng Tan did not squat on the desk. It was obvious that this was a book that the owner of the house needed. It was better to behave in someone's house. Since he couldn't squat directly in front of the window, Zheng Tan squatted beside the thick book and looked out the window with his neck tilted. He could only wait for the snow to stop before going home. He couldn't stay outside like this forever. If he couldn't go home in time for dinner, Jiaoma would nag him again. There was the fragrance of wintersweet in the room. The tea in the man's teacup was also wintersweet. Xianxia wondered if the wintersweet used to make the tea was picked from the wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. After translating the planned task, the man stretched his arms and twisted his neck to look at Zheng Tan. When he saw the black cat looking out the window without blinking, he smiled, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and drew a simple drawing. From the drawing, Xianxia could tell that the man had learned how to sketch before. His drawing skills were not bad. After the drawing was done, the man showed it to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was not interested. He glanced at the drawing and continued to look out the window. He calculated the time. In another hour, little Pomelo's school would be over. He could stay here for half an hour at most. After half an hour, whether it was still snowing or not, or whether it was snowing heavily, he would have to leave. Fortunately, after half an hour, the snow was much lighter. Although it was still falling, it was not as heavy as before. Xianxia could make do with it. Zheng Tan moved his neck and stretched. He had been in this position for too long, and it was a little sore. After jumping down from the desk, Zheng Tan stood in front of the door. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. Then he looked at the man. The man had been paying attention when Zheng Tan jumped down from the desk. When he saw Zheng Tan like this, he smiled. Thinking of leaving? As he spoke, the man opened the door and let Zheng Tan out. Zheng Tan could open the door himself. However, in front of someone he had only met once, Zheng Tan did not want to appear too special. Moreover, Zheng Tan felt that the man should like to smile. However, he always felt that the man's smile was a little uneasy. He could not tell why, but it was just his intuition. After opening the door for Zheng Tan, the man watched as Zheng Tan squeezed out of the anti-theft net on the balcony. When he jumped onto the ground, he saw a footprint on the ground. When he saw that the black cat had gone far away, he went back into the house and closed the door. After leaving the neighborhood, Zheng Tan ran in the direction of Tsinghua University. The snow on the ground was a little cold. The people around did not care about the black cat running on the sidewalk. Their attention was on the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the ground. When Zheng Tan passed by a crossroad, he stopped because there was a lot of traffic. At the same time, he noticed that 2 police cars were driving towards the street he came from. However, he did not have time to be curious. After he crossed the road, he quickly walked across the street with the other pedestrians. When Zheng Tan reached the entrance of Futong Elementary School, the school bell rang. Fortunately, there was no delay. At this time, the snow began to fall heavily again. During this period, both little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were in low spirits because of Jiao Pa's impending departure. They were not very excited about the snow. When the other children walked out of Fu Tong Elementary School, they were very excited when they saw the thin layer of snow on the ground. However, there were many people and the snow was thin. When they stepped on it, they could not see the white layer. There was only snow mixed with the sand on the ground. It snowed for 2 days. When the weather cleared up, the snow began to melt quickly. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain or snow for the next few days. The temperature would gradually rise. When the snow had almost melted, Zheng Tan went out for a walk. He still walked along the road that led to Jiao Yuan's school. Zheng Tan was now familiarizing himself with the section of the road. Just like the day of the snow, he walked from Jiao Yuan's school to Zhong Yan's neighborhood. Then, he went to the construction site to take a look. Then, he walked further and familiarized himself with the area. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the neighborhood with the elevator house. When Zheng Tan walked into the neighborhood, a few middle-aged women happened to be returning with daily necessities from the supermarket. "Hey, is there a conclusion to the case?" "I don't think so. I didn't hear any progress." "Hey, didn't they say that they committed suicide by jumping into the lake? Wasn't it suicide?" "How could it be? It was so cold. Also, I heard from a nephew who works nearby that the person was found naked. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't have done it in such a way." At this time, another middle-aged woman walked in from outside the neighborhood. She should know these people. When she saw them, she quickly walked over and asked, "What are you talking about?" "What else?" "It's about the day of the snow. What happened at the lake?" Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan remembered the 2 police cars he saw at the crossroads when he was rushing back on the snowy day. It should be related to what these middle-aged women were talking about. However, Zheng Tan felt that those things were too far away from him and had nothing to do with him. Such cases happened every day in the world. There was no need to worry so much. Besides, he was not like those middle-aged women who had nothing to do, who were gossiping and looking for fun to pass time. Zheng Tan decided to go to the house of the person who drank wintersweet flower tea. Maybe he could get a cup of warm milk to drink. When he came downstairs, Zheng Tan looked up. He could see that the lights were on in the house. The person should be busy with work at this time. Jumping over the parking space, Zheng Tan squeezed into the balcony. He saw that the balcony was different from the first time he came here a few days ago. The cardboard box was still there, but in the corner, there was a relatively clean cushion. Next to the cushion was a paper cup filled with cold milk. The cushion and milk were not there the last time he came. Zheng Tan sniffed the milk in the paper cup. There was no strange smell. In this weather, it was not easy for there to be strange smells. Zheng Tan could not guess how many days this cup of milk had been there. Looking at the furnishings, people who did not know would definitely think that the owner of this house had a pet. Zheng Tan was not in a hurry to scratch the door. He first sniffed around the balcony to see if there were any other animals to prepare himself in advance. If there were, he would carefully consider whether or not to scratch the door, especially if the owner had a dog. It was better not to make a fuss. Many people believed that a dog's nose was much more sensitive than a cat's nose. Otherwise, why would there be so many police dogs that detect drugs but no police cats that detect drugs? Others believed that a cat's nose was comparable to a dog's nose. However, because of a cat's personality, it was not easy to train and was not willing to be manipulated by people. Many of the functions in its body were fully performed when it was beneficial to itself, and many of the commands of people were dismissive. Because of this, people more often could only make use of a dog's sense of smell, but not cats. Zheng Tan did not know whether a dog's nose or a cat's nose was more sensitive. At least, he thought that his current sense of smell was quite good. At least, it was much more sensitive than when he was a human. After sniffing around carefully, Zheng Tan was sure that, just like last time, other than the smell of the owner of the house, there was only the smell left from when he squatted in the corner and rubbed the cardboard box out of boredom. There was not even the smell of a girl. That person was really a homebody. Zheng Tan walked to the door and raised his paw to knock on the door. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to scratch the door, he heard footsteps coming from inside. The next moment the door opened. Chapter 148. When Zheng Tan came, the man was working. There were a few books open on the desk, basically the same as last time. After putting a cup of warm milk in front of Zheng Tan, the man sat back down at the desk and started working again. Zheng Tan looked at the paper cup of milk in front of him. It was newly taken out from the packaging bag. This was one of the reasons why Zheng Tan had a good impression of the man. The man never used a dirty cup to drink milk, even though Zheng Tan was just an ordinary cat now. After drinking the milk, Zheng Tan didn't disturb the man and walked around the room. Compared to last time, there was an extra picture on the bookcase in the room. It was a pencil drawing with no color. It was a picture of several children surrounded by winter-sweet flowers. There was a date on the bottom right corner of the picture. It was the day before yesterday. Zheng Tan was looking at it when the doorbell rang. It was a boy who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a paper box with a small cake in his hand. The paper box was full of winter-sweet flowers. "Uncle Lummy, here you go. These were picked from the branches that the kids broke today." When the kid said kids, he didn't seem to notice that he was quite young. Uncle Wintersweet? This name made Zheng Tan curious. Was it because he liked wintersweet tea? Or was his name originally Wintersweet? It was too weird for a man to be called Wintersweet. The boy took a bag of lollipops from Uncle Wintersweet as a reward, scratched his head embarrassedly, thanked Uncle Wintersweet, and left. The Uncle Wintersweet, mentioned by the boy, took the box with the wintersweet flowers into the room and put it aside. Seeing Zheng Tan staring at the box, he smiled and said, "There are many children in the community who like to break branches, especially the wintersweet flowers that are still blooming. I told them that if they accidentally break a branch, they can pick the wintersweet flowers and give them to me." Zheng Tan understood. No wonder there were so many wintersweet flowers in Uncle Wintersweet's room. The group of children probably broke some on purpose to exchange for lollipops. Uncle Wintersweet should know, but he didn't point it out. "I drew that drawing the day before yesterday when they came over." Uncle Lemay pointed at the pencil drawing that Zheng Tan had just seen and said. Zheng Tan was even more confused. Although Uncle Lemay seemed to be very gentle and close to children, he rarely spoke to people, but he could talk so much to a cat. Another strange person. Sure enough, pets like cats and dogs always made people let down their guard. As he spoke, Uncle Lemay took out a pen and paper and watched Zheng Tan begin to draw. The technique was practiced. Zheng Tan watched as the black lines on the white paper quickly took shape. However, Zheng Tan suddenly noticed, this guy was actually drawing with his left hand. Left-handed. If Zheng Tan remembered correctly, Uncle Lemay used his right hand when he wrote before. The last time Zheng Tan squatted on the desk, he saw Uncle Lamay's writing. At that time, Zheng Tan was still thinking, if he could write English cursive, like the scribbles on the small notes and sticky notes on the drawing board, how was his handwriting? In the end, the handwriting was quite normal. After that, Zheng Tan didn't pay much attention to it. Now, combined with the current situation, this guy might be left-handed, but he might not be a pure left-hander. Among the people that Zheng Tan knew, this was the first person who used his left hand as well as his right hand. When he moved, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The room was very warm because the air conditioner was on. Zheng Tan squatted there and felt a little drowsy, so he took a short nap. 10 minutes later, a simple pencil drawing was completed. Zheng Tan yawned, stretched, and looked over. On the drawing was a black cat, squatting next to a cake box containing wintersweet flowers. It tilted its head slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in its eyes. Uncle Lemay stared at the drawing in his hand for a while, and then looked at Zheng Tan. "I heard that many animals have spirituality. Are you one of them?" Zheng Tan didn't answer, and he couldn't answer. Uncle Lemay didn't want to find the answer from the cat's mouth. He only asked because he suddenly felt a strong sense of strangeness when he saw the cat's eyes. After asking the question, he remembered that it was just a cat in front of him, and it couldn't speak, so he just smiled. Zheng Tan was a little confused. There were indeed a lot of crazy people who answered their own questions in front of a cat. Uncle Lemay put the drawing in his hand and the drawing of the child into a folder and walked out of the room. Last time when Zheng Tan came, there were 2 rooms in the room that were tightly shut. This time, Uncle Lemay opened one of them. Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. The room wasn't big, and it should have been specially soundproofed. The layout inside was very simple, and the most obvious thing was the upright piano inside. He didn't expect this person to be a musician. Zheng Tan jumped onto a stool next to him. Since this person was going to play a song, he didn't mind being a guest listener. After listening to the beginning, Zheng Tan knew the name of the song Uncle Lame played. For Alice. Although Zheng Tan didn't listen to the so-called world-famous songs, he still knew this song. It was too famous, and many children liked to play this song. But Zheng Tan didn't know much about the piano. He only knew that the version played by this person was different from the version he had heard before. It was slower, but it was also far different from the slow playing techniques taught to children. And there were some other factors involved. The piano version of For Alice that Zheng Tan had heard before had a more refreshing melody, and the rhythm was light and comfortable. Some people said that piano music made people feel relaxed and happy. But now, Zheng Tan didn't feel relaxed and happy at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable pressure, and even felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that the version played by this person in front of him was wrong? After the song, Uncle Lame sat there without moving, as if he was thinking about something. Zheng Tan stretched his neck to take a look. What the hell? He could even play a song dedicated to Alice until tears welled up in his eyes? Zheng Tan expressed that he couldn't understand. Feeling that the atmosphere wasn't right, Zheng Tan decided to go home. When he returned to Tsinghua University, the school hadn't ended yet. Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry, so he took a detour to the university's teaching building for a walk. He happened to hear a debate in the lecture hall on the first floor. It was quite lively, and the topic was interesting. So, Zheng Tan climbed up a tree next to the lecture hall and squatted down to listen. They were first-year medical students, and they were debating whether left-handers were geniuses or weaklings. The left and right hemispheres of the human brain each have their own division of labor. The left hemisphere is mainly responsible for reasoning, logic, and language, while the right hemisphere focuses on the feeling of geometric shapes, emotions, imagination, and spatial distance. It has the function of directly judging visual signals. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were stronger. Many left-handers in life were intelligent and quick-witted people, especially in occupations that required imagination and spatial distance. Left-handers were often the best talents among them, such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Bach in the field of music, Caesar and Napoleon in the field of politics and military, and Einstein and Newton in the field of science. In addition, they also used the example of seeing to illustrate. They compared the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, right hand, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hand. They believed that left-handers had an advantage over right-handers in terms of agility. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were weaklings in life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so small in the large human population. As for the distinction between left-handers and left-handers in history, it was still controversial and not convincing enough. At the same time, the opposing side of the debate cited a new hypothesis put forward by the Swiss scientist, Dr. Irwin. Irwin believes that in ancient times, the probability of human ancestors using their left and right hands was the same as that of other animals. It was only because they didn't know the plants around them that they accidentally ate the poisonous parts of the plants. Left-handed people had a weak tolerance for plant toxins, and eventually, due to the severe impact of plant toxins on the central nervous system, they couldn't continue to survive. On the other hand, right-handed people, with their strong tolerance, eventually gained the ability to survive in nature. In addition, some foreign scientists have also used experiments to prove that many left-handers have a weak autoimmune system. In fact, 65% of autistic patients are left-handed. Zheng Tan squatted on the tree and watched the students argue until their faces turned red. He found it funny. If this continued, it would probably be the same as a street brawl. After all, they were only first-year students. Most of them had never participated in a formal debate before. At the beginning of the debate, they paid attention to the rules of the debate. However, towards the end of the debate, it became a little chaotic. However, the teacher on the rostrum did not stop them. Instead, she smiled. The reason she organized this class debate was to arouse the interest of the students. Aside from interest, the rules were secondary. After all, it was not a formal debate venue. In the end, the teacher on the podium gave everyone a conclusion. In the biological world, only humans and apes have a distinction between left-handed and left-handed people. Moreover, only humans would discuss which one is better. In fact, so far, many people have conducted research on the differences in intelligence, immunity, lifespan, and even the prevalence of mental illness between left-handers and right-handers. However, the results are still indisputable. The second half of the teacher's sentence was the conclusion of the entire debate. Zheng Tan had always felt that debates were elegant and sharp quarrels. The topics of the quarrel were so far without an absolute answer. What a pain in the ass. While despising the students, Zheng Tan lowered his head and looked at his two front paws. He raised his paws and bent them. Suddenly, Zheng Tan felt a little depressed. Just as the teacher said, other than humans and apes, there didn't seem to be a distinction between left-handed and left-handed animals, including Zheng Tan himself. Thinking back to when he was still a human, he was used to using his right hand. But now, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. If he hadn't listened to the students' debate today, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed this change in himself. After thinking about his changes, Zheng Tan thought of the scene when he saw Uncle Lame painting today. Was that person left-handed or not? Well, I should pay more attention next time I go there for a walk. Zheng Tan had originally planned to go to Uncle Lame's place on Saturday, but Celestine came to Zheng Tan and took him to the night building to play.